Looking for paradise? Welcome to Secret Basin, your tropical island getaway. Step onto the white sands or into the crystal clear waters. Your luxurious holiday home is waiting for you. Or rather, it was. It's been 10 days since the sun didn't rise, and there was just nothing. No stars, no moon, just darkness. And then they came. I don't really know what they are. I don't think anyone does. Whatever they are, the only fact that mattered became clear fast. They only hate one thing more than us. The light. That's what we heard anyways. The very important people on the emergency broadcasts kept repeating it over and over. Stay in the light. Stay in the light. I can't help but wonder if they're just playing with us. I can't help but wonder if the whole darkness thing was just some plan. Maybe they wanted the power grids to overload. Maybe they were pretending. Maybe the light doesn't hurt them at all. Maybe they just wanted to hunt us in the dark. Maybe they just wanted us to die afraid.
Hey bro, it's me, your favorite big sister. Do you know how Mom used to say that I needed to quit with the witchy shit? Because I'd summon a devil or something? I mean, not that she said shit, because it was our mom, but you know what I mean. Well, turns out that she may not have been completely wrong. I mean, not that this is my fault at all, because I'm so not that powerful, but I mean, it probably didn't help either. Anyway, I just wanted to call and tell you that if I don't make it out of here, and honestly, it's not looking great, but that you can have my record collection, because I know you've always wanted it. That's if you're still alive, which you didn't pick up your fucking phone, and so I don't even know if that's true, or where you are, or what's happening, which, whatever. Anyway, I guess I should also say that I love you, or something, and please be safe. Maybe text me that you're okay or something. Okay. Look, I gotta go. Anyway, I love you.
Hey, Cameron. I guess I deserve being sent to voicemail. What would be super great is if we could just maybe rewind the past couple of weeks entirely. Let's play this out. You show up like you're supposed to, we do the thing, I don't write a shitty Twitter thread about what an asshole you are, we come to paradise together, and I guess this still would have happened, but at least I wouldn't feel like an asshole, which is clearly the most important part here. Is it dark where you are? I hope not. I mean, it probably is, but maybe there's more lights in the city? I miss so much, but who would have thought those lights would be one of them? I don't know where we're going, and I don't know what happened. And I don't know where you are. You once asked me my biggest regret. 3 years later, I told you it was you. Well, turns out it still is. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Hey, Jason. It's me, Mom. where are you? I know the last time we talked it didn't go so well, but I'm really scared. I thought we could work some things out while on vacation, but you know how that went. First the fight, then the sun, the sky. I know things have been rough since it's always just been the two of us. Are you okay? Are you alive? If you get this, a group of us are heading to the northern edge of the island, towards the other resort. The Coast Guard is going to try and send us a boat, but they can't make it through the reefs near Secret Basin. Meet me there, okay? I love you.
Well, I did not expect this to be what will remain of me once I'm gone. Money was never an issue, so I went out and explored. I wanted to find something to do, something really worthwhile. I've done so many things despite my short life, but nothing prepared me for this. There are so many things I still have not done. It's confusing to see it all end now. So sudden. But I will not go down without a fight. Whatever it is that made the world dark, it better prepare itself. Sonia Midford doesn't go down without a fight, mark my words. This island, this resort, it was a compromise. Father begged me to do something less dangerous, something peaceful for once, and being the idiot I am, I complied after a bit of fighting. Father didn't come, of course, he's far too busy, but at least I've got Laura with me. Well, had. We were separated. I wanted to spend some time alone to get some reading done. I hope she's well. If you find this, Laura, you're the best I could have ever wished for. The only person in the world I would ever dare call mother. Please. Please be okay. Let's go then. Let's get this show on the road. This may be the last you've heard of me, but whatever it is, whatever caused this darkness, it hasn't seen the last of me yet. That I swear. Sonia Midford, out.
And we are live.
Hello and welcome to our wonderful game of 10 Candles, Escape from Secret Basin. Before we get started, I want to quickly shout out Kayla at KMCA_ on Twitter, who made that lovely graphic to warn you for the content you might be about to witness. Yeah, if anything we do or say is making you uncomfortable, there might be some heavy topics, feel free to take a break. Always take care of each other and yourself first. We'll quickly go around and have our players introduce themselves, and then we're going to get into a very condensed version of character creation, and then the feels train. Let's start with Eva.
Hi, I'm Eva, playing Courtney Shaw today. I was confirming something Mare asked, so I don't know what else you really want me to say. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you. We were on your channel. Thank you for hosting us. Swapper.
I'm Swapper. Today I'm playing Sonia Midford, and I was actually forced to be here. No, I'm also very happy to be here.
It's true. I have a lot of material he doesn't want the world to see. The
That
end.
sounds
I'll let you know.
vague.
Lady Dame.
Hi, I'm Lady Jordan, aka Lady Dame, and I'm playing Scarlet Lee, the goth princess of the apocalypse, or so I've dubbed myself thus far.
And of course, Mare.
Hi, I'm Mare. You can find me on Twitter at Archmage of Dice, and today I will be playing Sarah Davis.
Thank you. My name is Anniek. You can find me on Twitter at Anniekster. And I will be attempting to guide this game today. I have a very shaky grasp of the rules, but we'll be fine. It's all about the feelings anyway. So, having said that, we are going to start with the bits of character creation we haven't done before. I am going to start by lighting our first 3 candles. I'll do one furthest away from me, so hopefully I won't burn myself at any point in time. This might also be a good moment to add, I do in fact have a fire extinguisher next to me, since I have long hair and long-haired dogs, and we're using real candles. Also partly because I really love candles. Our lovely players are going to now write traits for each other. They each will write a virtue and a vice on, well, for now in chat, because the person receiving the virtue or the vice will put it on a little card that we're gonna stack up when we get to the end of character creation. So, you have a picture of the order, but I will remind you. Lady Dame is writing a virtue for Swapper and a vice for Mare. Mare is writing a virtue for Lady Dame and a vice for Eva. Eva is writing a virtue for Mare and a vice for Swapper. And Swapper is writing a virtue for Eva and a vice for Lady Dame. These are not secret. You can share them.
Do we want to share them on stream or just in the chat?
I think for virtues and vices on stream is fine. We'll be hiding things like moments and brinks anyway.
Okay.
Don't forget that virtues are supposed to solve more problems than they create, and vices are supposed to create more problems than they solve. And we're thinking adjectives.
Okay.
I was about to say maybe chat has some suggestions, but I can see some people in chat where I'm going, they're pretty evil people. Maybe we don't want to listen to them. Hi, Wild.
We'll get our
Coming up.
vices covered.
We'll get your vices covered.
Wild. I was gonna say coming up with a virtue for Swapper.
I know, that's why I gave it to you. I figured maybe, you can dig into Pris, find something kind-hearted deep down in there somewhere.
Uh-huh.
You can try.
Technically, you're making it for Sonia. Maybe if that helps at all.
No.
Nah, I didn't think so. I have faith in you.
And then I'm sorry, I'm doing a vice for Mare, is that correct?
Yeah, yes.
Because I think I just heard it.
Yeah.
Yes, you have a vice for Mare.
Look, my coffee hasn't kicked in this morning, so
You still have coffee in the apocalypse? Where?
I mean,
Look,
maybe during the
I
inventory
have my
phase, there's like
ways.
a packet. Yeah.
Pack it in just some water in a canteen.
Okay.
Sure, at some point you can just chew on the leftover coffee beans.
I'm ready for mine.
I'm
Same.
mainly seeing a pained face with Lady Dame, so we can just start with the others while you think.
Thank you.
All right, Mare, please do share.
So I have a virtue for Lady Dame / Scarlet.
Okay.
I'll wait till you're ready. Calm.
Thank you. All right.
And my
Vice for Eva.
vice for Eva is hasty.
Swap, or do you have a virtue for Eva to counterbalance that?
Yes, I have tenacious.
Tenacious.
I can't speak.
Tenacious.
Tenacious. Well, in your accent, yes.
And do you have a vice for Lady Dane?
Yes. Superstitious.
We'll skip Lady Dane for a little longer.
Thank
Eva,
you.
do you have the virtue for Mare?
Thoughtful.
And do you have a vice for Swapper? Only one. I know it's very tempting, but only one.
Oh, to me.
Catty.
I literally have to look up what that means.
Have you ever seen the movie Mean Girls?
No, I have not.
Such a gap in your knowledge. I'm shocked and appalled. Lady Dame, I can no longer avoid
No,
you.
it's fine. I got it. So Sonia's virtue is she's careful. And Sarah's vice is that she's foolhardy.
Nice. All right. Right. So today we'll be playing a module called the Last Boat, hence the preview artworks. Our darling players are at an island resort called Secret Basin. Normally very idyllic, just clear waters, white beach sands, snorkeling, turtles, bottomless cocktails. Up until about 10 days ago, when the lights went out. The white sands are currently more of a gooey, thick red, since they're very thick with blood. The tide is still coming in and out, but the water isn't washing the blood away. There's that much of it. There's not a lot of people left. There used to be, until they came. So right now it's just the four of you. And there's been some crackling over the radio that suggests there's another group holed up at the far end of the island at one of the other resorts, the local golf resort. There might be some locals left alive further inland, but you wouldn't be able to tell for sure. It's just conjecture at this point. You've been sending out calls for rescue, and recently you heard a reply. It's very crackly, very staticky, but you heard something to suggest this is the Coast Guard. Something about North and Island. Most of you have been here for a few days. You know that there's a very nice reef that used to be a nice tourist attraction, but is currently a bit of a problem because it prevents large boats from approaching the resort. So if you want to try and reach the Coast Guard and their boats, you're going to have to either find a smaller boat, swim, find a way to get to the northern tip of the island and hope that the people from the golf resort haven't already left. You still have some light, a few torches, the last failing generator, but the lights are flickering and they're not going to last much longer. That is the world you're playing in. Most of our players already have character concepts, so we don't have to make those from scratch. So we'll go around again and you can introduce your character in a little more detail. Eva, would you like to start?
Got really dark. Start Apparently not.
Sorry, I was trying to type something in chat.
Am I just describing what's...
You're just describing Courtney at the moment.
Yeah, okay.
I nearly dropped something.
There, a little more light. Courtney is 28, longish, shoulder-length red hair, total beach mode, dressed fairly impractically, probably for the situation. She has stuck to her shorts and tank top. I've picked up Scarlett's vocal fry along the way, apparently. She's been kind of trying to gather things that might seem useful as they go. Probably not actual useful things, but so she's got a little backpack with her, but it's definitely the more fashionable kind of backpack than practical. Definitely losing some of her highlights. Her lash extensions have probably started to thin. But she still has her nice tan, which is probably also going to fade with no light.
You're muted.
How's this? Great. I was fudging with the volume. I don't think your tan's going to be your main concern at a near point in the future, but we'll see. Swapper, would you like to tell us more about Sonia?
Would I? Sonia is about as old as I am, so 18, 19. She is rather small for her age, though she's dressed very practically. Her posture is always quite straight, quite polite and proper. And she is basically the daughter of an English diplomat. She very much acts like it. In this unusual situation, where diplomacy is not really an option, hopefully, maybe, she has been pacing and spouting random ideas that all have some form of substance, but none of them really seem like the plan. So she is continuing to pace.
Oh, holiest of princesses of the apocalypse.
Me. So Scarlett Lee is a fairly tall, early mid-20s gal. She has that like dyed burgundy hair with the undercut, and it's sort of asymmetrical and off to the side. She is dressed not for a beach resort at all, because I don't go out in the sun ever. But I did pack for warmer weather, so it's like a black tank top, lots of strappy bits. I am wearing shorts and really heavy black combat boots. Sort of that retro early 2000s goth punk aesthetic. I do have very spiritual beliefs, and so Scarlett is probably off, is sort of absentmindedly rubbing one of her crystals that she has with her. She's got a totally beat up Jansport backpack that has her tarot cards, some incense, just her little trinkets that she's found on the beach that hold some spiritual significance.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm just sort of, that's
So basically me in high school. Great.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's a very dark mirror. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Actually, I still have that outfit, but yeah, I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah, I know.
Claire, would you
it's
like to
fine.
tell us about Sarah?
I am playing Sarah Davis today. She is a late 30s, early 40s single mom who just wanted to reconnect with her son on vacation. But they got into a fight, he ran off, and I haven't seen him since. And then, you know the rest.
Yeah, the lights went out. All right, thank you very much. I had 2 dogs move in under my desk, and I get to lean over to light more candles, so stand by for possibly real-life tragedy. It worked. Thank God. Nothing so flame. Having introduced your concepts and having received your traits, if you haven't already done so, now is a good time to plan your moment. So your moment is the one event that, if played through successfully, would give your character hope. This is what could get you a hope die. It should detail a personal scene. Hopefully we'll get there. We should get there for all of your characters at some point in the session. It will be part of your stack. It could be an act of heroism. It could be solving a mystery about what's going on. It could be completing a goal your character has, like reaching a certain area in the resort you've been meaning to go to. Those sorts of things. So you can take your index card or whatever bit of paper you're using, write "I will find hope," and then fill in the rest with your moment. Still seeing some on the writing, so I'll wait a little longer. Yeah, do we all have our moment of hope? You
Sure
don't need
do.
to- Yep, you don't need to share these. Just, yeah, cling to these. These might be your little moment of light while we're playing this game. So, we're going to what is possibly my favorite part of character creation. We're going to find out what you're made of. We're going to find out how far you're willing to go. We're going to discover your brink. So, a brink is, yeah, it's what I just said. It's how far you're willing to go. It's what happens when you've lost everything else. You don't define this for yourself. The person on your left is defining this for you. And in this instance, I am part of the circle, which means that brinks are secret. But you write them for the person on your left, and you write them in a way that says, I have seen you. So you've witnessed someone do something that tells you something about the kind of person they are when civilization has been stripped away. So one person knows about your brink, with the exception of Lady Dame, because I will be riding your brink, so your secret is safe until the very end. And Swapper will be riding for them. So, fully going around the circle. Lady Dame rides for Mare. Mare rides for Eva. Eva rides for Swapper. Swapper rides for them. I will point out for Swapper, they cannot have a weakness. They only have one weakness, and that is light.
And
So
we
whatever
should...
you're riding... And I will ride for Lady Dame.
And we should direct message this to people and not
You should
put it...
direct message this to people. So take a moment. It doesn't have to be violent. And it doesn't have to be... like, none of you necessarily knew each other very well before you all ended up in this resort. But you can define something that you saw happen in the past, for instance. So you have a bit of leeway here. I, for one, have both received and sent my brinks. Everyone else is good. So each of you should now have 5 cards. 2 traits, a moment, and your brink. You can now arrange your cards in the order you see fit, bearing in mind your brink is always at the bottom. And as said before, if you can't think of a particular order, feel free to shuffle them, as long as your brink's at the bottom. So your top card is always whatever is currently active. At some point, if things are going terrible, you might want to sacrifice part of yourself to be more successful in the narrative. So you can at times choose to burn your active trait. Also, you cannot live your moment until it is active. And again, brinks can only come in play after everything else has burned away. In some cases metaphorically, because not everyone is as willing as I am to set their house on fire. So if you want to rip your cards apart, that's also fine. Once you've set your stacks together, that is it. They do not move. No more changing the order. And then we go to the last part of character creation. Inventory. Yes, Mare.
Does more than one person have their moment on top?
You can have your moment on top, but only one person. Like you don't intermingle moments in the spotlight. You play one moment at a time, but it is possible for it to have more than one moment on top. But then it's up to you and your fellow players to like steer the narrative towards what you want to happen for you. All right, so inventory. You have whatever your character has in your pockets.
Like us?
Mm-hmm.
Lovely. In quarantine, who has pockets?
I was about to say, we are playing in a pandemic and you shouldn't carry too much stuff. I'll let you pick a number of items on your desk. Swapper, no dangerous weapons.
Like, thank you, my pajama pants
I kid you not, I literally have a knife lying around.
I kind of figured, which is why I specified.
Good call. Good call.
For someone I've never met, I know you quite well.
It's fine. I have a box of matches.
How many?
Let's say one good item and one useless item. Alright, I see tarot cards.
And a dice.
And a dice.
Gemstone labradorite.
Oh, cool. I have one of those as well.
What the heck is going to be my useless?
I'm too afraid to roll it because I don't want it to chip.
They are very delicate.
Yeah. I'm just sad my obsidian dice didn't come in for this game because black on black would have been perfect.
Can we share these?
Yes.
Hair ties and a metal nail file.
Perfect.
Nice.
Eva, other than pajama pants?
Cell phone and magnetic lashes.
All right. Perfect. Swapper, now that you don't have a knife, what did you bring?
A box of matches and sticky notes.
Oh, we match. I have those as well. All right.
Everybody should.
Are we all set?
Sure. As ready as we're gonna be.
Normally,
Emotionally,
this would be the time...
no. Physically, yes.
Normally, this would be the time where you record your voicemails, but we did those in advance for our intros, so most of those were already audible before.
Sure.
I'm gonna scoot this over a little bit so I can actually see what I'm trying to read. Like, that's the downside of playing in the dark. I can't read my notes. It's very, very practical. So very briefly, a few of the mechanics. A scene ends when a candle goes out. Candles go out for different reasons. I've tried to avoid the cross breeze, so hopefully they're going to be narrative reasons. While you're playing this game, there will be conflict moments. If they don't arise too naturally, I will happily throw them at you. That is literally my job. Is there a reason to resolve a conflict? You make a roll. You have a communal dice pool, which currently has 10d6, namely 1d6 for every lit candle. If you roll the dice pool and you have at least 1 6, it's a success. Any die that goes to a 1 is removed from the pool until the next scene starts. I roll as well. At least not at first, because I start with 0 dice, because I get dice from you. At some point, I'm going to be able to get more 6s than you do, which means I get the narration rights away from you. Spoiler alert, I will not narrate things to make a happy story for you. whoever wins the narration rights gets to describe how the conflict ends. If you fail a conflict, I always get to narrate them. If you have a hope die at some point after you have your moment and lived through it successfully, you get the hope die that is a success on a 5 and a 6. These are individual, so you get one hope die just for you. Those don't go into communal pool, and they don't go out on a 1. Now, depending on where you're going and what you're doing and what your plans are, we can have dire conflicts. I get to label a conflict as a dire conflict if I feel the failure would be particularly ruinous for whoever's involved. If I label a conflict as dire, the outcome is a little more... The stakes are a little higher, basically. You might be very injured, you might be separated, you might lose your box of matches. So you roll your dice, but you haven't narrated the outcome yet and you don't like where it's going. You have tools to alter the outcome. If you have a trait active, you can choose to burn it. This is only valid if you've rolled at least 1-1. If it's all mediocre, no luck. If you have at least 1-1 and you burn your trait, you can re-roll all the ones you rolled. You can't burn both traits in one scene. You get one shot. If you have your brink active already, it's more likely to happen next week than this week. If you already have your brink active, you can go over the brink and re-roll the entire pool. If your re-roll succeeds, play continues. If it fails, the brink is burned, the hope die is lost if you had one. The candle goes out and we go on to the next scene. Considering what brinks are usually made of, these are generally quite bad outcomes. But those are ways you can try and push the game to where you want it to go a little bit. Every scene starts with the establishing truth phase, and the truths become fewer and fewer as the candles go out. Are there any immediate questions about the game right now?
Do we start with a truth phase at the very beginning?
We do. Okay. Just to set the scene basically together. So I will begin with my statement, and I also get to state truths. I'm part of the circle for this, at least. So we get 10 whole truths right now. They don't need to be positive, but they can be. It's whatever you want them to be. So, all good to go? Any other final questions? All right. These things are true. The world is dark. And you got a radio message from the Coast Guard. So, going clockwise, that would make Lady Dane the next one to state a truth.
There are 3 flashlights with batteries in them.
Actually, I'll start using your character names. Sarah.
We don't have any medical supplies.
Courtney.
Someone is wounded.
Sonia.
The hotel is dark.
The golf resort is a gated community. Lady Dane.
Electronics don't work.
Sarah.
We have 1 full bottle of vodka.
Courtney?
It's a fairly wooded island.
All right.
We know the emergency generator's position.
And we are alive.
We're alive.
We're alive.
We are alive. We will get better at that.
Or not, probably.
Or not. Let's be honest about this.
Will we be able to
So
say
you
it
have
through our
10
tears?
You have 10 die in your communal pool. And, yeah, this is your world. Where are you? In the Secret Basin Spa and Resort.
I think we're in the dark hotel with our flashlights. Maybe the lobby.
Well, I just pulled the lovers card, which means stuff about duality and unions. So I'm just saying we should probably like stick together for the best outcome.
It's probably a wise idea.
I agree.
Yeah, you know? That makes sense.
Right? The cards, they like say stuff, and it's really important to listen to them, to what they're trying to tell you.
Sure.
So not to bring this up maybe at a bad time, but what'd they say like 11 days ago?
It was like one of the swords cards, which are like super nasty, like especially in the mid-range. I can't remember exactly. I wrote it down in my journal, but my journal disappeared. But it was like, I don't know, like the 6 or 7. And man, if you see those cards, the swords can be like nasty business. I'm just saying.
I think
Everybody thinks that it's the death card that's the bad one, but honestly, the death card is actually kind of great because it's about rebirth and change and
Well, change certainly happened. Still waiting for the rebirth.
so.
I didn't say the death card got pulled that time 11 days ago.
Oh, my apologies.
What are we?
That's all right.
I don't. Should we stay here? We got the broadcast,
No,
Yes, I
we
don't
should
think
go.
that's a good idea.
but should we go when we have nothing?
I mean, I suppose we could go around and look for more stuff before we go. We don't know what the heck's out there.
We have no food. We finished our food yesterday. We have 3 flashlights, 4 people.
Also, need I remind you that I still twisted my ankle?
And I don't think we have braces or anything.
No. I mean, fine. How far away is the North Coast anyway? I feel like...
I mean, it's on the other side of the island, so I mean, it was only like, if it was that big and it's up here, maybe like,
I'm wondering if there's any golf carts or some kind of cars or something.
Oh, probably in the garage, which is probably locked.
Well, if we can find the valet keys.
do you
Probably
think they have
behind
a
the front desk.
valet for the golf carts though?
Maybe not for the golf
Of
carts, but
course
if we...
they do.
Well, it depends. Do we want a car with a roof? Maybe protect ourselves from them?
I don't know if a roof would really be that effective.
There's no like windows on a golf cart. Like if they wanted to get in, it wouldn't be that hard. Like I think we'd need like one of the like Pope mobiles or something. And I kind of, as ritzy as this place is, I kind of doubt that they have a Pope Mobile.
And
No, but you're right. If you're inside a car, as opposed to like a golf cart, like the light would bounce around a little bit more. So that is probably the better choice.
did the resort have a sports complex?
Well,
I remember
it
seeing
does. This
tennis courts. I don't know about like.
Like maybe golf clubs? I'm just trying to think of some way to
This resort
protect
had
us.
everything depending on which area of the resort you went to. So Sarah wouldn't have seen. I think you said you're like a single mom and you're here with your kid and you're like not in the super ritzy area of the resort. You're in like the hotel apartment area, which had, the okay pool, but it's right up against the ocean, so that one didn't have as many sport facilities. If any of you were in the
Courtney would have added everything to her Instagram story.
All right, and if I think Sonia was pretty loaded, she probably would have been
Yeah.
staying in the area with like the nice separate lodges that are like have little holes in the
Begrudgingly.
ocean already. They do have the tennis court, the dawn and sunset yoga when there was still a sun and people. This resort didn't have the golf club. That was the North Resort. This one was more of the spa, yoga, and surf area, which is also why they have the sort of like the backpacker budget area. You can come here, work the bar for 6 months while you stay here, move on.
So we're not
The
gonna
golf club had, they did background checks on people they hired. That kind of resort.
So we're not going to find a 9-iron in our resort right now.
No, but we'll probably find a knife in the kitchen.
That's true.
If you want to venture into the kitchen, that is.
It's
We
better
mustn't forget everywhere that's dark is dangerous now.
but it's better than staying here and doing nothing.
True.
We have flashlights.
3. Then the batteries are not going to last forever.
So
We should
need-
move quickly.
Alternate them, maybe?
Yeah.
Not sure if I'm comfortable with only one flashlight. Do you think that will keep them at bay?
Well, there's only one way to find out, and the result will be the same if we don't do anything.
I really don't want to find out right now, though.
True.
Well, let's just all go together then.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think our main concern is the light source right now. I mean, a knife is all well and good, but if weapons worked, we would have probably been rescued by now, or anything would have happened. So, I'd rather take a light than a knife.
Well, if we go to the kitchen, we could probably find like one of those like lighter thingies. I know you've got like your matches and stuff, but like, you know, they
Oh.
have fire in the kitchen.
Yeah, all chefs smoke. I'm sure they've got lighters in there.
Courtney, does your phone still have battery?
Not a lot.
Okay. I was just thinking if we have to, we can always use your flashlight on your phone. But
Yeah, I sort of tried to, Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's an option.
okay. So
Are
light
we
source.
missing anything? Is there any light source that would be obvious? Any place where we would store lamps? Anything like that?
They must have an emergency.
Yes, some sort
Plan?
of maintenance.
Security might have like flashlights.
Yes, something like that. But where would we find security? Is there an observation room or something?
I just dialed 0.
That.
No, I know that
Yeah.
won't work now. That's all I know
Well,
for security.
the front desk is right there. They might have a map of the entire complex behind the desk in the office.
Perfect.
Okay, so office first. Let's go.
We can get a lay of the land.
Yeah.
I guess.
Muted. Uh-oh. It's fine that them can't speak. It's totally fine. We'll just keep looking for stuff. Oh, look, we found a bunch of flashlights and more
Look,
candles.
10
It's great.
Oh my
sixes.
gosh. Why would they have a flamethrower? This is so weird.
You hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you.
Oh,
Yes.
I touched the mic and the USB cable is
Not touch the mic.
very iffy. I was asking who's leading this charge to the office and for a reminder of who was hurt.
Sonia
I am.
is hurt, and I think I'd be helping Sonia walk to the office.
Okay.
I guess I'm leading the way.
Okay, Courtney, I'll walk with you.
Well, we're all walking together. But
Well, I mean, I'm like ahead and stuff because I can see pretty well in the dark. I'm used to living in the darkness.
Right.
Let's
okay.
not split up.
No,
agreed.
we're just kind of walking in like a 4, right? Like 2 in
Yeah.
front, 2. Yeah.
Besides, that way, if anything's behind us, they'll get the weaker ones first.
Don't even joke.
You
You're not even
get through
joking,
this-
are you?
No, she isn't.
You don't know.
The office it's unlocked. It's in utter disarray. There's this nice little safe people used to like leave things in that they didn't feel comfortable keeping in their rooms. It's open. It's empty. There's a fair amount of blood. A lot of the reflective surfaces have been covered with towels and bathrobes from the amenities closet. And you have a nice touristy map that I have shamelessly ripped from the internet and linked in Discord for you.
Is it?
Ignore the part where it says golf resort. The golf isn't there.
Can we easily grab the map? Is it like hanging on the wall, like in a frame or something?
Oh, they have those little handouts, like they have little A4s that fold in threes that they hand out when
I
people
love
come
those
get
handouts.
their keys on check-in.
I'd like to like grab a huge stack. And is there like a bag or something?
You can find like the box that they came in when they were delivered. Just grab a handful.
I would like to make sure that I have one, at least in my shorts pocket, which definitely has pockets and are not pajamas.
Definitely.
Same.
I don't like this in the least. Maybe this could be a get in, get out sort of situation.
Well, let's hope we can get out. We've been in for a minute.
Well,
I
suppose it
meant this room full of blood, but yeah, okay.
That's fair. I'm gonna grab one of the towels off the counters and just wrap
Don't.
it around my waist. Why?
On the counters anymore.
thought you
They're
were-
covering reflective surfaces.
They're covering reflective surfaces. Oh well. I'll take one off one of the reflective surfaces.
Don't do that. That is a very bad idea. A very, very bad idea. These are obviously hanging here because of a reason.
Do you know the reason?
It could just
No,
be
but
drying.
Over every reflective surface in the room. Try again.
it's a little suspicious.
Yeah, but it's like a towel. Do you know how useful towels are? I read this book once that said, "Don't forget your towel."
That's a meme.
Let's see if we can find like an actual bag or something. Are there like any like backpacks rummaging through drawers? I I don't know, maybe like a complimentary drawstring backpack.
No, not in this office.
Well, if we want to get a towel, maybe we should get clean ones from the pool.
There is
Not-
a fair amount of blood on these towels. A nice coppery smell, a little crusty.
To be fair, I don't think we should be wrapping wounds with bloody.
Yeah.
Even if it's not an open wound, that just seems gross.
And quite dangerous. It could infect itself.
Is there a first aid kit in here?
There are the remains of a first aid kit.
Anything salvageable?
The blanket you used to put someone out who's on fire, very fittingly. And those annoying scissors that never managed to cut through anything.
I would like to grab that
Everything else
blanket.
seems to have been scavenged and salvaged.
I'm gonna grab that blanket, at least.
I would take the scissors. You never know.
Any rulers?
No, well, it's sort of like they have those small triangle ones. They're like this big.
Yeah, it's...
What do you need a ruler for?
I was gonna say maybe we can try and wrap Sonia's ankle, but brace it.
I was gonna say if you need like a measuring device, this length right here on your knuckle is about an inch.
Thank you, Scarlet.
That's a
Sure.
good life hack. I didn't know that.
If you use inches, that is.
Look. It's only up until the 60s that you all were still using, like, that you switched over to metric. I did my research. You were still using inches up until, like... Okay, that was, like,
No, it's
60
fine.
years
You're only
ago, but-
60 years behind us. It's completely fine. Give or take another 100. Well, not anymore, but...
Okay, or we could look for something ruler-like. Maybe what are the chairs made of? Are there chairs?
There are chairs. You know how you have those bended metal, and then the seats are just the shittiest and most annoying pattern-covered monstrosities. Like, they're the kind of patterns that were hideous in the 60s, but now they're retro. But they're metal, mainly. There's some picture frames if you want to break those apart.
Do we hear anything? Like, what's the sound situation?
Mainly your breathing, and what you've been hearing over the past few days is the backup generator, but that started spluttering, so there's a lot of, occasionally, the sound of dying machinery.
Okay.
Otherwise, fairly quiet. I'm assuming you're not carrying around the radio while it's on. Otherwise, there'd be perma-static all the way. Which,
Oh, no.
If you do, please tell me. But I kind of assume that noise gets on everyone's nerves, and if you...
Well...
Also, otherwise it runs out of battery.
Yeah.
I don't know how much we're gonna find in here, but let's maybe take a look at this map and try and figure out the next game plan.
That's a good idea.
Maybe
The kitchen was the next game plan.
Yeah, I would like
Why
to...
do you want...
Well, do you want to eat? And
Weapons, fire, food.
I mean, yes, but they have a pantry, of course. Why would they store food in the kitchen?
It's like...
Pantry is like connected to the kitchen.
Well, mostly.
Yes, but
that what
also we need in at least a, restaurant kitchen. It's all nearby and close, usually.
One-stop shopping.
You don't want to walk 10 minutes to get to the pantry or outside the hallway past customers. I've worked enough waitressing jobs to know that.
I must admit I'm not that intimately familiar with the ways of service staff. I will leave that to you. But yes, Yeah, convince me. If there's food, we shall be going there.
Let's to the kitchens.
Was there anything? This is just an office. There's not like shirts or like
Merch.
stuff that. Thanks, merch.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
is there a souvenir shop?
No,
your
this,
murder
this
book,
might
it's
be
not.
the cheapish version of the resort, but they're not that tacky. They have like key cords and those annoying access cards that they load your key card on that are never as effective as you want them to be at 2 a.m. after 14 cocktails.
What a strangely
You don't have
specific.
feelings about this.
Yeah.
Usually
Don't
got
come
something
for
to
me
open
like
the
that.
door
I
for
control
you.
your fate.
It's
I would like
Fuck off
to,
with her anyway.
since we talked about it, break up one of the frames if there's the picture frames, just to give get a stick of wood.
You get a stick of wood.
Perfect. There, now we can brace Sonia's ankle.
Maybe try and cut up the blanket a bit and do that.
Do any of you know how to do this?
Nope.
no.
I've taken a few first aid courses, but apart from that, I do not know.
Well, would you rather keep walking on it?
No.
I saw
I
a
didn't
YouTube
think so.
video once.
I think me fixing my son's boo-boos will be enough, and it will just have to do, won't it?
Oh no. You did not
Your
just call them boo-boos.
I'm pretty sure
Really?
that is not a word that exists in the dictionary.
Sit down. Show me your ankle. Put it on the chair. We're gonna
As you
brace
can
your
see,
ankle.
I'm currently sitting already on this table.
I bring over another chair. Ankle. There. We're gonna brace this up.
Do you know how to do this, or do you want my guidance on it?
Fine. Can't be worse. Can't fuck it up worse, can we?
That is...
You know what? Shut up. We're doing this, and we're gonna... Ankle
Alright.
now. And we're gonna...
Do it? Question mark?
We're gonna try and
You're
brace your ankle.
gonna try and brace your ankle.
Yep.
With the knowledge of a mother.
Fixing her son's boo-boos.
Fixing her son's boo-boos.
With the scissors
So-
and maybe the blanket, the fire blanket, try and cut a little bit open.
And one stick.
And one stick.
If anything,
So Sonia's
usually need two
ankle
for
is
that.
wrapped up and braced, and it's not helping at all.
fuck. Well,
Having walked
Well,
around with a sprained ankle for large swaths of my life, a stick and a blanket are really terrible just as options for helping with a sprained ankle. But it is a worthy effort. And Scarlett and Courtney get to enjoy a wonderfully awkward moment watching Sarah attempting poorly to doctor Sonia's ankle.
Probably hurts like a bitch also.
Oh yeah, no, it hurts like fuck, but
It's like,
you know.
okay, do that. No, don't do that.
well, I guess we're
Okay.
just stuck with what we've been doing.
Yes, maybe you can try to fix it with duct tape next. I hear that works wonderfully with, everything.
If you see a roll of duct tape, please let me know.
That was not a suggestion that was meant in earnest.
Well, to the kitchen, I guess.
To the kitchen.
Duct tape is eminently practical. Don't knock it till you've tried it.
You head to the kitchen. Similar setup. Two in front, two in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Still.
I don't like that question.
Weak
Still-
ones in the back.
Still
Weak
helping
ones in the
Sonia
back.
move.
Cannon
walk.
fodder in the front.
Yes, yes. Meat shields out front, squishies in the back. My favorite. You walk through this hotel. Remind me what the decision was on alternating or not alternating flashlights. How How many flashlights do you have on currently? All 3.
I think we.
I like at least 2.
I think
one for the
2.
front, one for the
2,
back.
Yeah.
but
One
not
for
all
the
3.
front, 1 for the back, and
Yeah.
1 spare.
And I think
Yes.
what we would do if we're like in an enclosed space and not
You
like
are?
in hallways.
I thought the hallway counted as an enclosed space. It's still a hotel.
Like true, but like a room. Like I don't know if
Okay.
you've ever like taken a flashlight and put it upright so it kind of illuminates the whole room. Turn
I
off
have.
like yeah, so maybe like do that in a room or something like that so we can conserve battery for 2
Okay.
flashlights.
So you're walking across these hallways. Do any of you even know where the kitchen is?
Yeah, the dining room would have been something that I probably would have gone to at some point. And
So you went to the dining room.
probably it would be off of that.
I remember seeing
So the answer is no, I don't, but I can guess.
like at the buffet, the wait staff always walks out of those swinging doorways from the kitchen with their baskets and trays of eggs. So kitchen's gotta go that way.
I've no idea. This isn't even my hotel.
You walk into this hallway from the office. It's one of those hotels where they had nice carpet once upon a time, but it's pretty worn now. It's hard to tell with only 2 flashlights, but that coppery smell in the air it's just permanent at this point the further you move away from the lobby. There's a lot of things that cast shadows that you'd never considered in the light. And at the end of the hallway, as you go to the left a little, you see the door where you would normally enter to go to the dining hall. The double doors are currently closed.
Please tell me those aren't locked.
I'll try and push one open.
They don't open. You heard this thudding sound. They seem to be barricaded from the inside.
Oh, cute.
Who locks a kitchen?
I don't know.
Maybe see if
People who are
someone's-
hiding in the kitchen?
maybe someone's in there.
Maybe.
Did we knock?
Hello? Somebody there?
You fucker.
Right, that rules that one out.
Maybe if we like all shove against it, because usually these doors aren't like don't have a real locking mechanism. So like if we all just like shove our shoulders into it at once, we can move whatever's been behind it.
Well,
Or they're not the doors that like swing both ways, are they? Like many kitchens have.
yeah, a lot of kitchens usually have like one that swings one direction and one goes the other, and it's like back and forth. Like
Have you
one
tried
goes
pulling the
inward.
door?
Yeah. Basically.
Still doesn't open. It wasn't that simple, I'm afraid. You have not solved the door puzzle.
Well, there might also be another entrance. That having one entrance to a kitchen is annoying and honestly not the smartest decision.
Isn't there like usually like a staff entrance or something?
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
I don't know. My brother used to work in kitchens all the time, and I like used to go and steal food when he was working.
Why does that not surprise me?
But if they're barricaded in there, there's no reason why they wouldn't barricade all the doors. I don't know if it's even going to matter.
I mean, there's one reason, and it could have been quite quick and brutal.
What, you think their bodies keeping the doors closed?
Oh, no, but maybe they managed to blockade one door and not the other. It's worth a try at least. We've come all this way.
Well, we can try getting in at least here, and if it doesn't work, we can try and find a side entrance.
Sure, throw yourself against the door all you like. I'm not going to participate in that one.
I wasn't going to let you.
No.
Okay.
Courtney's just gonna heave herself against the door.
Yes. Maybe on the count of. Okay.
Yeah.
You're just,
Okay.
you're just gonna go ahead. Great.
Courtney.
But I was gonna say if we do like 1, 2, 3, shove and did it all together,
I think
it might
it's
help.
too late. I think Courtney already did it.
I know that's
Courtney
what I'm
already
saying.
did it.
I'm saying it as she's doing it.
Courtney, as you throw yourself against this door, why don't you make a conflict roll? All 10d6.
No whammies.
Anyways, this is too many dice.
So many.
Don't
It's
worry,
okay.
you'll get less.
Shh.
Thanks, Anniek.
1, 2 6s, 1 1.
Okay, so we
Okay.
removed
So the
one.
one's out of the pool.
Yep.
But you successfully resolve this conflict. And since I get to roll no dice, you automatically maintain narration rights. So you tell us, what does this victory look like?
The door was barricaded with one of those metal serving trays, carts, like a room service cart, as well as half of a butcher's block. The other half, for some reason, is shattered up against a far wall. It was a good angle for barricading, but the door was not quite as solid as I thought, so I sort of burst through it. Very surprised. There is a lot of blood. No apparent bodies, although there are some haphazard doors, cupboard doors ajar, the oven partially ajar. Most of the main reflective surfaces have been some have been scratched out quite a bit. A few have been covered with towels, hand towels, and an apron. In the far back corner is an open doorway, and next to that is the presumably walk-in freezer.
Which I'm sure smells absolutely
There's
great.
a lot of spoiled food around. There's a mix. So with the coppery scent, there's also a mix of that sickly sweet, rotten food smell. But no flies.
Is the cart still usable as a cart?
In as far as those carts are ever usable as a cart, they have like the little tiny wheels that go wonky.
I meant
It's as good as it ever was. Let's leave it at that.
Okay. I was thinking we can use that to help Sonia get a lot around easier.
If you give it a little test push, it is noisy. Like it squeaks.
Oh, I don't like
But
that.
if she wants to, she could definitely use it as like a walker. But
Well, I
it's
meant
not
like sit on it and I push it.
it might hold. But again, it's just not very quiet. But whether or not
Fair.
that is something that concerns you is entirely up to you.
You'd be
There
just
oil
like a
in this kitchen.
princess.
Now that we're
What
in,
was that,
Huh?
Copper? I missed it.
Is there oil in this kitchen?
Oil. Sure.
Yes.
Mainly cooking oil.
I was also going to ask.
I mean, that works too, doesn't it?
I was also going to ask. Is there a gas stove? And to take a propane.
There is a gas stove, but you don't see a tank of propane.
Had to ask. So, knives? Any knives?
Lots of knives.
Yeah, I'm just gonna...
Most covered in blood and bits.
Not gonna think about that.
Gross, but I'm still taking a couple of those knives.
Yes. I don't think this is gonna do much.
It's
Is that a
cute, but
nail
no.
file? Oh.
Yes, it's a nail file. Yes.
I like the glass ones better.
I do too. They're like way better on your nails.
Well, also that's just cheaper, so...
You collect a
Can
number
somebody
of
pass me
knives.
those little knives there?
Little knives because you're like little and stuff.
No, because I can throw them.
Uh-huh.
I will grab
Sure.
a couple different sizes. But definitely
Nice for everybody.
knives.
I'm taking the biggest one I can find.
Like Christmas.
So so you get the biggest one you can find, which is basically one of those big vegetable choppers. So if you don't want
Yep.
to stab someone, that might not be the moment, but like if you want to cleave with it, that could work.
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably...
These are pretty good chef's knives. They're good and sharp. They do have, like, they're starting to get a little bit of rust on just the blades from being exposed to air and blood for prolonged periods of time.
Just mean it hurts more.
I make sure to grab at least 3 knives.
Okay.
I'm studiously ignoring what Scarlett just said.
As
I
are we
will.
all.
I'll look for like the medium. I use the same knives for everything. Like it doesn't matter what size. So like this is the knife that I would like. The medium, sort of larger than a steak knife.
Okay.
I have opinions about that.
I am sure you do.
All load up on knives. I think pointedly not considering the amount of blood and the lack of bodies and the horrid stench and the lack of flies. There's some oil if you want to try and de-squeak the cart. It's still as wonky as described, so you know, tread lightly. There's no power here. It's out like everywhere else. So the freezers also. There's like this little, not little, let's be honest here. There's a large, like, puddle coming out from under the freezer's door.
I don't even want to go in the freezer.
Is it water?
Is it water?
Of course it's not water.
Um,
Why would you even ask?
I needed to hear you say it.
Any dry pantry?
There's very basic things in the pantry. Even though this is like the cheap side of the island, because they sort of cater to the yoga surf hippie crowd, they really pride themselves on cooking fresh. So none of the powdered egg nonsense, no fruit in cans, but you have like the rice, the pasta, selection of beans and lentils. Everything I hate is in there. Actually, that's not true. I fucking love pasta.
I will definitely grab pasta.
We can
Because
store a
that's-
few things on this cart here.
Yeah.
The top layer should probably only contain knives.
Yeah.
For ease of use.
Maybe put any bottled water.
Oh, did we look around for more of those like long matches or like the
Yeah.
long lighters?
Like a candle lighter.
Yeah, you don't find any. They had those gas cookers where if you push down the knob, it auto lights. It has the little.
It just
Yeah,
sparks.
with the pilot light.
It has the spark in it.
Yeah.
The spark plug in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes you
don't
still need-
find a lot of bottled water, but you do find like the you can find empty bottles to use as water bottles. There hasn't been like the water pressure has been fairly terrible because of where this island is. Fresh water is tricky. There's desalination plants on the island, but you have to assume those failed as well.
Okay.
Is there a basket or anything? Or maybe like those like room service trays? Something to keep things from falling off the cart?
Yeah, I was about to say there's like crates that they got produce in. You may want to tip out the rotting stuff, but
I would love to tip out the rotting stuff, thank you.
alright, you tip out the rotting stuff.
I just love lentils. Aren't they delightful?
Yes.
They're like not
What's
the
a
worst food
confusing
ever.
moment to mention that?
So we got some food. We got some bottles for water. If we can find some.
Sonia, I don't know if you've noticed, this place is sort of a nightmare at the moment, so I'm focusing on the literal one good thing in my life right now, which is these lentils.
Fair enough. Meanwhile, we others shall be concentrating on more productive things.
I don't know. I feel like we did pretty well here. We're
Yes,
better off than we were before. That's for damn sure.
that is true.
Just as you say that, the flashlight you had upright in the kitchen dims noticeably and makes that, you know, an obnoxious sound when an old school light bulb nearly burns out, that like not quite hissing sound? That's coming from your flashlight.
Fuck.
Maybe we should
Oh,
find
man.
some batteries and other light sources next.
And that's where
Yes.
we'll take our break. You're doing great, guys.
Hey, we found stuff.
You found stuff.
Got knives at least. Anyway.
And
There are many
all the
eyes
candles
on
are
heaven.
still on, although
Yay,
I have to-
candles.
One of them is looking real low there.
I know, that was worrying me a little, but I can't do anything about them because I'm not
Nope.
allowed to touch them.
Correct.
that
It's
one
fine.
in the
Don't worry
back,
about
though, I think was one of the first ones lit, though.
This
Yeah.
one is worrisome because it's actually too full, so the wax is like eating on the wick.
And just
Oh,
a
no.
reminder to chat and those who haven't played, if it goes out, even if it's not anybody's fault.
it. Correct.
And candles going out means less dice, fewer good moments, fewer truths the players get to establish. Did I mention I have to walk past these 4 times for my bio break right now? I'll walk carefully.
Please.
Yes, please.
Anyway.
We should have told her not to
The
drink.
next, is the next shoot just you falling face
You
first
even do
into a
hydrate
bucket of
and
candles?
posture checks. I have to drink water.
If your house
don't have
is
a
on
hydrate one.
fire, is that technically a giant candle?
I have a fire extinguisher.
Big
right
brain
here.
thoughts right there.
The
Okay.
thing about the
The
candles is
fire
once
is
they start to go, they go very quickly.
Anyway. Let's
Love
stop
you,
worrying
friends.
about candles.
We'll
and
see you
we'll
after
be
break.
back.
10
Bye.
minutes. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
And we are back from break.
Great. I didn't remember to clear my web captioner, but I'm sure I said nothing embarrassing this time.
I'm sure it's
Super
fine.
fine.
I'm sure
Super,
it's
super fine.
Super, super fine. All right. We are not taking bets on who's going to be the first to turn on the group,
Thanks, Wild.
because we already know that Scarlet will cut a bitch. Then again, Sarah has that mom energy, yo.
Could be Sarah.
Does your matter randomly stab you?
Well, let's find out as we continue this game. We left with your 1/3 of your torches flickering precariously as it's almost but not quite going out. Sort of like this little candle in the back here.
Don't
that's-
touch
that's
it.
really struggling.
Don't
I'm not
touch it.
touching it.
Don't
I'm
touch
not
it.
touching it.
You
I'm not
can't touch
touching
it.
I'm not touching it. Just wait till I have to blow one out. I don't know how many I'm gonna get in one go.
One. You're going to get one.
I haven't practiced. I had to either read the rules or practice blowing out candles, so I read the rules.
Why does you...
Just lick your fingers and pinch it.
No, that sounds like it might hurt. I'm not willing to suffer for your art. Anywho, you're in a darkening kitchen.
I need to do something super quick. Courtney, can I have those scissors that you took?
Yeah. Sure.
So I take the scissors and I take off my little shawl thing. And with some of the empty bottles we found in the kitchen, I start distributing vodka into them. Okay. And I put some of my cut up shirt and stopper the top. So when you have your matches ready, if we encounter anything.
I like this idea.
Wait a minute. Did you just make a Molotov cocktail?
Yes. She did.
Okay, all right, Mom.
I was not a good teenager.
I am here for it.
All right.
How many Molotovs was I able to make?
To ask, are we talking like liter of the cheapest vodka? Or are we talking like the 75 milliliters of the kind of vodka that doesn't turn you blind?
It would be an actual bottle. It would not have been like a nip.
So like the 1 liter kind.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, metric. Is liter a metric? I don't even know.
It is.
I'd say you have 4 good ones and a bit left over.
I would just.
Can we make a torch?
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Is there like a something we
Some
can,
of the splintered wood from the butcher block, maybe?
and we can wrap the rest of my jacket, my shawl in it, and we can use some of the alcohol to get it catch and light.
Yes.
So, I'd like to thank Google. It's funny, there was actually a Twitter thread about weird shit your players have made you Google.
Mm-hmm. I saw that.
Do I make a
mainly-
Molotov cocktail?
Well, I was mainly concerned about how well vodka burns. So if you're putting it on a torch, it'll be fine. As a Molotov cocktail, it'll burn fast, but not for long.
It just
Same
needs to do the
same-ish
job.
problem on the torch. It's not going to be one of those nice D&D torches that burns for 10 hours. It's going to be brief. And it's going to be bright as hell, but it's going to be brief.
That's okay. Because
Um,
if we need to use these, it's gonna be hit or miss anyway.
Speaking of, we might want to get a move on.
Yeah,
This
I agree.
torch is being worrisome.
Where are we going? Maybe try
That
and
is a
find,
very good question.
maybe try and find some kind of more light sources.
Okay, so not the freezer then.
Do you want to go in there?
No. Mm-mm. Okay, so, flashlights. We were in security or we were just in an office?
I think
In
in
an
an
office.
Security then? Did we could look under the desk, the front desk? If we go by there again? Nope, I can't think of anything we would need in that freezer. Let's just...
Nope. Let's go.
You have a weird obsession with that freezer.
It's going to haunt my nightmares.
If this was a legit horror movie which it is, but something bad is probably in there.
I mean, there's
Really?
something bad
That's
everywhere.
generally
Gosh.
how this works. Like the apocalypse kind of stuff
Like,
is
honestly,
usually
We
like
just want to.
I'm not surprised. I'm surprised we're not dead yet.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
on
we're
that
doing
note-
remarkably well. Let's not split the group though.
Yep. Let's go. Go.
finding the security office.
Maybe like nightsticks and like flashlights.
Have your
Furiously
little,
arming themselves.
you have your little paper maps that show that the security office is actually across from a small road in a separate building.
Of course it is.
Trying to
Well,
find
we
it.
wanted to head north anyway, right?
And we're gonna
Basically
have to
been-
get out, and
say.
we're going to have to like open up the
Well-
gate to get out, so we might as well go there.
So here's the thing: you were in the lobby of the hotel with like the cheapest people, so you're like near the beach in the area that says Bayside Hotel. And then
I'm trying to
if
find
you
that.
look at where the security office is,
Can you give me a number on the map, roughly where it is, so I can find it?
It's down by the beach. The like
the
Oh.
Bayside Hotel is like way down by the beach, like
Okay,
Blue
okay.
Baby base, and then the security office is around near 12.
I have to wonder why the
Oh my
security
gosh.
office is so large compared to the hotel. Like, what were they doing here?
Look, I don't know. I didn't have a point there. I was just saying, look.
I'm
Wow, that is
looking-
way the way it
Yeah.
was.
Maybe a car or something. Something with lights, like.
You know,
Okay,
they
so-
probably do have golf carts to get around the compound, even if there's not a golf course.
True.
A lot of
Oh.
these.
For guests, it is a car-free resort. Again, yoga,
course it
circuit
is.
piece. But yes, you have seen staff zooming around in little golf carts, either on legitimate business or on less legitimate business. Again, employed backpackers.
Even if I wouldn't worry about.
Actually, Sonia, you wouldn't have seen them. They behave very well around your area of the resort.
I hope so.
I think we should focus on just finding the carts and not the keys, and just hotwire them if we can find them.
No, you can do that.
Like I said, I was not a very well-behaved teenager.
I have so many questions.
Me too.
Honestly,
So
that's
many
kinda
of them
hot,
revolve
Mommy.
Around you.
You're too young for me.
Age is just a number. I'm kidding.
Okay.
Wasn't quite sure you were.
I know it's hard because I don't have a lot of like expression in my voice. Like, and it's not
just
my
in your
fault.
voice,
That's just how.
darling.
You know, should we be having this conversation at volume?
No.
I think.
No. I mean, maybe the light would be a dead giveaway as to where we are anyway, so.
But the light is also what's protecting us from them, so we kind of have to
Yeah.
like pick one.
Anyway, going back to the lobby.
Yes.
Okay, great. Squeak, squeak.
But say it's still. The squeaking of the wheels is a little less after a generous application of the finest virgin olive oil. But there's still also a certain amount of rattling, considering there's a crate full of knives and assorted other items.
I don't. Yeah.
I think it's safe to say, like, this game doesn't have stealth checks, but I think it's safe to say your group in general is not the quietest.
Right, and we're sitting ducks with the lights anyway, so I don't think it matters too much.
I would like to have one knife, like, on my person.
Am I still helping you, Sonia, or are you sitting on the... Well, no, the knives are on the cart, so I'm probably still helping you.
Bold of you to assume Sonia is not sitting with the knives.
True.
I would not be sitting, I would be perched.
Are you perched on the
Of course
cart?
you'd be perching.
I kind of half leaned
Accurate.
on it in a way that is supposed to look casual, but really doesn't.
It's basically, you're using it as a walker while pretending you're pushing it.
Yes.
Okay.
There is a knife
So,
involved.
of course. I'm so excited for you all to have so many knives.
We also have Molotov cocktails.
I'm well aware. Can't wait.
I didn't even
What kind
know
of knives? Emotional knives or
both. But, like, the funny part
Yes.
is, I didn't even, like, think of Molotovs when I said, yeah, we have a bottle of vodka. At the start.
I'm assuming at some point you're just gonna drink them instead of throw them, or both.
That's what I was thinking.
All right. I'm happy to say, as the kind and benevolent GM that I am, that the trip back to the lobby is horrible, just disgusting, disturbing, but uneventful. It's very quiet, quieter than before somehow. Which, how? You hear that silence? I think the generator failed completely.
What was the generator powering?
Some of the lights outside, and some of the emergency lights that like have like the little emergency exit signs.
Shit. Well, we at least know where it is, but
Do we...
we do.
do we try, or should we try and, like, find a cart?
Let's try and find a cart. I
Yeah.
don't believe any of us have the ability to repair a generator.
Yeah.
Unless one of you is also secretly a mechanic.
I just YouTube all of my questions, and
I work reception.
I like have done like a few odd jobs here and there, but like no, I don't know how to repair a generator.
Okay.
Right, then let's go with the option we know works.
At least the golf carts might have like headlights on. Do golf carts have headlights on them? I don't know. I don't play golf because I'm not like posh and like whatever.
Papa did I think there were headlights. Also, is it worth repairing a generator for a place that we're leaving anyway?
Yeah.
Not really.
If only because it's powering the outside lights. But if we've got the golf cart with lights, then we don't need it because we're going to be around the lights anyway.
So our best bet would be going outside.
And then onward to the security office. Once we found a golf cart, hopefully.
Well, we should head towards the golf area first to pick up to find a golf cart and then head to security.
Well, we've seen them running around
Don't they have a-
here with
Oh.
them, so we don't have
That's
to go all the
true.
way to the golf course. No cars, they need to get around some way, and I've seen them running around.
It wouldn't make sense to park them where you need to be.
Mhm.
What if... I mean, you'd think they'd be pretty accessible from the lobby.
There's got to be a general area too where they left them, like either near the front or near a staff entrance.
Maybe it's like the villages where it's just like golf carts everywhere. Just old people in golf carts
Do we remember?
everywhere.
Anniek, do we remember seeing any golf carts recently, like around the complex?
Well, there's one park near the entrance of the hotel, probably used by the administrative staff to get from like front office here.
And we established that it was a gated community, right?
This one isn't. The one you're going to be trying to get into is.
All right. Maybe we should try and also find keys from staff on a staff member or something for when we get to the northern edge of the island to try to get into the community.
I think it's more likely we'll find keys on a wall or have you seen any bodies?
You either find me keys or find me lockpicks.
Oh yeah, that's something that just is laying around.
Are there paper clips in the office?
Not the general thin wired kind. They have those big broad blocky ones with like their logo on it, shaped like a little sun.
Yeah, no. All right.
Let's go and find a golf cart first. I
Yeah.
would say we better take the front entrance since this cart isn't really that maneuverable.
Yeah. And then see if we can get it started.
So prepare for, how do you say, shit to hit the fan.
Yep.
All right. You go to the front entrance, I take it?
Whatever.
Yes,
Or
please.
Yeah, whatever entrance is closest.
Yeah. It has been barricaded, but from the inside, so it's easy enough to remove if you want to do.
Okay.
You exit out into technically full day, yet pitch black. I don't know. Like I've been cave diving in New Zealand where the guide thought it was funny to turn off everyone's headlights halfway through. So I don't know if you've ever been in truly pitch black, but we're talking no stars, no moon, just a level of darkness that is somehow made worse by what is only pathetic light from your flashlights. It doesn't even reach across the square, so you can see asphalt, some shrubbery, and each other's silhouettes.
Should we try and set some of the shrubbery on fire?
That is a terrible idea. We're on an island.
And fire is light.
It is also quite hot. You might have forgotten one of its two defining characteristics.
I'd rather face a fire than them.
Kind of
Oh,
agree,
really?
actually.
I'd rather do none
Yeah.
of both and just
How much
Fine.
shrubbery is separated like by asphalt? Will it spread easily, or was there like a stopping point?
If you set fire to like some of the potted plants, it'll be fine. Anything like growing on or around the hotel will spread like crazy. One of the established truths is that it is a very forested island.
I almost would rather do it and run from a wildfire. But maybe just a couple of the plants for now. Just so
maybe behind us.
if we pick up a potted plant and if we can try and strap it to something, keep it
We'll
near
just
us.
carry it.
Carry it, yeah, but just enough light where we don't have to rely on the flashlights while I try to hotwire the golf cart.
All right, fine. Got matches.
See nothing wrong with this plan.
Well,
Me
we still
neither.
have 2 functional flashlights. If we don't want to set stuff on fire, maybe we wait to set stuff on fire until after we have the golf cart is working.
All right.
Like maybe.
A bit
I'm
for
just
picking up a
saying.
plant now and then setting it on fire once the flashlights fail if we're quick enough and noticing.
Yeah. Because, like, the last thing, what we don't want to have happen is, like, to set the plants on fire and then, like, I'm sorry, like, it's cool that you can hotwire stuff and, like, know how to make, like, cocktails and whatever, but, like, what if you're a little rusty and you're a little slow and then suddenly everything's on fire and the cart isn't working and then we're fucked?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's use the flashlights to hotwire the golf cart and then set things on fire. Because I'm fully in support of the setting things on fire plan.
What if we go back into the
I start-
lobby super
So
quick
say,
and get
are
a
you-
fire extinguisher?
Are you having this conversation outside in the dark this whole time?
No, I wanted to start
Nope.
hot wiring the car, honestly, because I think the more if we can at least get the lights on the golf cart on. Yeah.
Please make a
I do think
confidence
if
roll. You have 9 dice.
Oh shit.
Was that a shit because it's so terrible or because you're
No.
dropping things?
No, because I dropped one. I have at least 1 6, but I got 2 1s.
Alright, 2 more dice out of the
Hey.
pool.
I got 1 6.
That's all you need.
Didn't like that.
Alright, so I still get nothing to roll against you, so you get to narrate the outcome.
So the golf cart is it's actually super quick for me to hotwire. It's not very complicated. Thankfully, the tank is completely full, and they are very bright headlights, and they spring into life in front of us. There are enough seats for all of us. It's like one of those really annoying ones that's super big, where you can get like multiple guests from one end to the other. So it's like a 6-person cart instead of like a 4-person cart. There is a top with, like a little canopy to protect from rain, and some lights mirrors on the side so you can see behind us. Pretty easy to operate, pretty standard. And it's a very safe hot wire. It doesn't look like it's gonna fail anytime soon.
Alright. So you all hop
I
into this
will-
golf cart. Nothing is currently on fire. Sonia?
I will take one of the knives and smash it in the mirrors with the butt of the handle.
Alright, there are now fractured mirrors.
Care to explain? I would have liked to see in the rearview mirror to see behind us, if anything is following.
Oh my, you really are quite daft, aren't you?
How about you
The
enlighten
office.
me?
Yeah,
I'd
like
to.
what's with you in the mirror thing?
The offices. All
Driving
the
while
mirrors
we're
are
having
covered.
this.
Yeah, I would like to maybe if we can grab one of the potted plants, put it in the back.
No, we're talking like outdoor potted.
Oh,
As in-
like the ones you can't fucking move.
Yeah, like the ones that were put there with a tiny crane and then
Okay.
left.
like 100 pounds minimum.
Yeah, but also sturdy pottery, just the pot itself you can move, and then there was dirt and plants.
Okay, that's fair.
If you do want to drive while you're talking, I'll take another conflict roll, because it is incredibly dark and your flashlights are barely enough to even illuminate the road you're trying to drive on, and none of you are particularly familiar with this area.
Who's driving?
I don't know.
I'll drive.
I'll
Perfect.
navigate.
Conflict roll.
Okay.
I have a Molotov ready with a match.
7 dice.
I have a card.
1 1 1 6.
That is a success, and you lose another d6. So, considering the distance, I can warn you now, you're gonna need more than one roll to make it to the office.
Sure.
But for this first section, for pulling away from the hotel and not straight away crashing into one of the holiday villas, what does it look like?
Well, we've got enough light power, and this part, I'll admit I may have spent a little bit of time also hell driving around here in the golf cart. So this part, sure, kind of know what I'm doing. Handle it. I'm going as fast as I'm going pretty fast too. And able to tune out whatever conversations are happening because I'm incredibly calm in such situations.
Scarlet is completely focused, driving beautifully.
Yeah.
I'll let Sonia explain herself to Sarah and Courtney a little more while I go deal with something in real life for 30 seconds.
Think back. The offices, all the mirrors and reflective surface were either smashed in, scratched out, or covered. The kitchens, also, no reflective surface left untouched. It is pretty safe to assume that they didn't do that, or the survivors, well, previous survivors, didn't do that just because they thought it was fun.
No, you're right. I'd feel better knowing. I'd want to know the reason, but no, you're right.
Yeah, usually it's the monsters who want the mirrors covered and not the heroes in stories. I don't know what you've read, but usually it's vampires and who keep the mirrors covered because they can't see themselves or whatever.
And so
Actually,
is there a vampire around here?
That's not true. Dracula didn't cover his mirrors. He didn't really care.
The only vampire around
Dracula
here is
was-
Scarlet.
Also
Thank
true.
you.
But also
That's very kind of you.
we don't know. Her coming back into frame scared the shit out of me.
We don't know the DM.
We don't know that it wasn't them.
But do you want to take
It
that
could have been
chance?
either.
Right, it
I'd
could have
rather
been
not
them.
take a risk. Yes, it could have, but we have been in a room where no reflective surfaces were present previously, and nothing happened. We have not been in a room where they were present.
True.
Yeah.
So
Wouldn't it be
using
fun to
an
find out what
empirical-
happens if we left them alone?
No,
Fair,
it
it would
wouldn't, because we would
reflect-
probably die hideously.
It would reflect more light, though.
You don't get more light. You just get the same amount of light.
Well, but in a wider area.
Yeah, it does.
Yes, a different distribution. I don't believe the rear view mirrors would have done that much.
Having this conversation, Sonia, you're glancing at and gesturing at these rearview mirrors. So you just sort of smash them with a knife, but there's bits still remaining. So the only thing that's happened is that now there's even more refracted reflections.
Can I try to
Roll
kind of...
me a conflict
Great.
roll.
Yeah. How much do we have? How many dice by now? 6. I don't like that number.
Nope.
I do.
I know you do.
Could be a little lower.
That is 1, 1, and 1, 6.
Okay, we're down to
Right,
5.
you lose another d6.
Fuck.
Here we go.
What do you see in the reflections?
I don't believe I see anything really. There's just this feeling that there's something watching me from the mirror, and suddenly I go very quiet and just begin to frantically scrape out all the mirror shards and throw them overboard, visibly paling.
Careful, careful, careful. And I'm like grabbing onto you.
I don't care. I don't care.
So you don't fall
Don't.
off?
Okay,
Do you
thank
want to be left alone?
No, not quite, not quite. There was something staring at me through the mirror.
Okay.
You know, if
Can
we
we
weren't in the middle of an
please?
apocalypse, I'd say you were like super weird.
Oh, really? I'd say
Look,
the same thing
Thank
to
you.
you.
I
It wasn't a
know
compliment, darling.
Scarlet can be a bit much, but I don't think. I mean, was it one of us?
Was it you?
But no, obviously not. I've seen your faces and not pale terribly, which some of you is quite an accomplishment.
Oh, Scarlet, there's a key section.
Oh, okay.
Shit, which way?
I don't know. I don't have the map.
Can I quickly pull out the map?
I would have had the map open. I think I said I was navigating.
Oh, you did.
Which way am
Yeah,
I
you did.
going? Left or right?
Left.
Okay.
Wait, is this immediately? We've been going for a while, right?
Ish. I mean, it's very dark. It's hard to estimate distances when your
No, that's fair.
vision is limited to a shitty flashlight.
But it's not
Two shit-
immediately out of the
Sorry,
hotel, right?
Two shitty flashlights.
And
two
the
good
headlights on the golf cart.
What was that?
That's right. They are quite good.
I did say they were quite good, and that
Left.
we weren't gonna run out of gas anytime soon.
If this is a bigger road, go left.
Okay. Left it is.
We all brace.
Please make me another conflict roll.
Okay. Rolling some dice.
5 dice.
No ones.
No sixes.
No sixes.
Okay.
Unless.
You're gonna burn a trade already?
Oh wait, I can't. I didn't roll any ones, so it's
You didn't
not
roll
helpful.
any ones, so you can't burn. Well, you can't burn a trade because there's nothing to re-roll.
Correct. So
This is roughly close to a worst case scenario.
yep. No, just a fat lot of nothing.
Right, I am gonna take pity on you and I'll try to extinguish the candle without blowing on it and actually using the slobbery wet finger technique. Also because I just like saying slobbery wet finger technique.
Ew.
That's
I
when
am,
I
however,
want to
not going to
expand.
turn off that candle that's already iffy. I'm gonna go for one of the nice bright ones.
Why are you like this though?
It's fucking Anniek, that's why.
I know.
I love it and I hate it.
That
I
one's
was
been
gonna
doing
compliment her
real
hair,
well.
but
There you go.
It's Anniek.
One of the best ones.
wait, does this mean we get our dice back?
But to 9.
We get 9.
You get 9 and I get 1, which means as of right now I'll be rolling against you.
Great.
Fuck.
Narrative control.
Perfect.
It also means this scene ends.
Sure does.
So as Scarlet is yanking this golf cart to the left onto what is indeed a larger roll, we kind of fade to black and we start our next scene. I'm happy to leave what happens in that golf cart as a little bit of a question mark for right now, to be filled in later. So we're just going to go into our truth scene. You can use this to, I don't know, maybe help yourselves a little. Since the last scene ended after a failed roll, I get to start with the truths again after we say our standard start of the scene. these things are true. The world is dark. The golf cart lies abandoned on the road. Scarlet.
We are within sight of the security office.
Sarah.
I was able to remove a light from the golf cart with its power source.
Courtney.
Under one of the golf cart seats, knocked loose, we found a first aid kit.
Sonia.
We managed to find the corpse of a security guard and are in possession of a key.
One of you got quite a nasty cut when the golf cart turned over. Scarlet.
There is the rustle of leaves behind us.
Sarah.
We lost all the Molotovs.
Me.
One of us is running low on a medication.
And
And we are alive.
We're alive.
Little cart you had with you, quite damaged when the golf cart flipped over. No more Molotovs. This didn't do anything good for Sonia's ankle. But you're within sight of the security office.
I am holding the light and power source, one in both hands, from the golf cart that I was able to pry loose with a nasty gash on my forehead, blood in one eye, as we continue to make our way towards the security office. I think someone else is going to have to help Sonia with walking.
I would assume that'd be me.
Yes, please.
And good news, once we get somewhere that's not out here, we could, see what's in this kit. Probably a Band-Aid or something.
It's a good idea. Let's just get out of there first. I have these keys here. Maybe we can get into the building like that.
Yeah, I don't like what I'm hearing behind us, so the quicker the better.
Yeah, I agree.
That, my friends, is the death card. Change, rebirth is at hand.
I hope it's rebirth for us and not for something else.
I only have the major arcana with me right now, so it's a little unclear.
Lovely.
Well, frankly, I do not give, how do you say, a fuck about that. Could we just go?
Yeah, let's go.
I would like to continue forward with purpose, but not leaving the group.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say we're all sticking together.
Yeah.
Anniek,
Courtney,
you-
as you're storming ahead,
I said staying with the group.
while staying with the group, sorry, walking with purpose, I was going to invite you to make a conflict roll.
For what?
I would rather not.
Which part are we making a conflict roll for?
I mean,
Hey,
technically
State of
she's...
the security office
Okay.
and how you get there.
Fuck me.
Finally, have something to roll.
2 6s and a 1.
Just
Alright,
one,
so you
one.
lose one die.
Can I... Yes, okay. Yes, okay.
You succeed, and since I only have 1 6, you remain in the right to narrate the scene.
Okay. We pass a lot of darkness. Our little circle of light picks up some very dark smears on the pavement that, for my part, I'm not looking at too much. Some dubious chunks that could be blood-covered rocks, could be, you know what, we're not going to dwell on it. It's fine.
It's just
something
them, it's fine.
snarls in the dark.
It's just them. It's fine.
No, nothing is snarling in the dark. Steve. It's Luna and Marlo, but it's fine. Using between the flashlights and using the very artful landscaping borders of the road, getting to the security office isn't much trial. There is a brief period where we hear nothing at all. It's almost like a hiccup in sound. If we were paying attention to it, it was almost like we couldn't hear our own breathing. Probably best to not think about that too much. The door. The doors. It's a pretty solid building. It has shuttered windows, a couple of which have actual storm shutters drawn. A few just have blinds closed. The door is locked at first. There are no lights on here either. Hard to tell if that's because it was based on the same generator or not. It's a pretty decent sized building for being security. It looks like maybe there's a garage attached. And a second floor also shuttered up.
All right, staying together, supporting Sonia and her ankle. You reached this wonderful, wonderful building. Bearing in mind everything you just heard and didn't hear.
Can we get in? We have the keys, right? Or was what security guard?
We have some keys.
Okay.
The front window of the front doors are wide open.
Okay. I want to shine the light in that I'm carrying, leaning heavily against the door. I feel lightheaded.
Let's try and get at least 2 of us seated. See what we've got.
Yeah.
All right, you enter the security building.
Maybe
the wide
we
open doors. Sorry, Sonia?
maybe we best search for flashlights or anything like that first before we attend to the wounded.
No, I think, yeah. I think I can last a little longer. I think you can last a little longer. If lights go out, we're fucked.
Yes.
All right, you go into the security office. It's clearly not an area where normally park guests go. There's not nearly as much branding as the rest of the resort had. None of the obnoxious secret basin welcomes you trappings. It's fairly barren. It looks like the people who were on duty here left in a rush. There's cups knocked over. You again smell that faintly sweet smell of rotting food, like not as overwhelming as was in the kitchen, but there's some spoiled lunches. There's no people, and there's no blood. There's no lights. There's a bank of monitors that are all dark and turned off. You know how normally you go into one of those offices and there's all kinds of little pilot lights telling you that a computer wasn't shut down correctly? None of that. It looks like everything was just... it's lost power. And whatever backups there were, they're gone. There's a locker that's open, but empty. There's a scrolled note in a language I don't think any of you are particularly fluent in.
Could I argue that I'm quite well educated, especially
sure
in
Dutch.
matters of language? Shit. If you're asking
Again,
the player.
a language you're not particularly fluent in. Most rich kids don't study Dutch on their free times. They pick like Italian and Spanish and French and Chinese. Not Dutch. Nobody learns Dutch.
I'm gonna learn Dutch now.
And again, it's very, very quiet. There is a little area where they may have been, like, where they got changed before their shift, and someone has smashed all the mirrors, and all the shards have been turned upside down, reflective surface down.
I do have a question about, like, the computer monitors.
Mm-hmm.
Are the monitors to the computers also shattered and or covered?
Yes.
Okay.
Most of them are shattered.
Okay.
One of them's just sort of flipped down. Like it's one of those big, heavy, old CRT ones.
The dedication this takes is
Remarkable. Or
I almost if somebody tried to best desperately survive.
I don't think dedication's the right word. I think it's fear.
I would like to, without any of the rest of them seeing, pick up one of the shards of glass and stick it in my pocket.
Conflict roll to see how sneaky you are. Also, FYI, if people are trying to send me private messages about the game as players, my Discord is down.
Okay.
Son of a I am going to try and burn my virtue for this.
Alright, so your active trait is your virtue?
Yep.
Okay.
Because, again, Scarlet doesn't show a lot of emotion on her face or in her voice. She's looking around, trying to find as we get in here, pretending like she's trying to look for flashlights or batteries or something to deal with this. When she reaches down, I'm gonna try and roll this. Nope. That's no successes. Not a single one.
All right. We refill your dice pool to 8. We end this scene. Right on ahead. So I'd say either burn it or rip it. All right. These things are true. The world is dark.
Should
You've
I
left
start
the
this one?
security office? No, because you failed.
Ah.
See, the thing is, if one of you succeeds and the scene ends,
Then I get to do it.
then you get to do it.
Great.
You do get to go second again because we keep going counterclockwise
Well,
until someone else gets to start the narration.
I did find a bottle of whiskey in the security office. It was very nice whiskey.
Anniek, what was your truth? I missed it.
You've left the security office.
Okay.
It is Sarah's turn.
We were able to brace Sonia's ankle so she can walk.
All right. Courtney.
We took a little time and bandaged Sarah's head. Words are hard.
Part of the truth, words are hard. Sonia.
We found a functioning flashlight.
The moments where you hear nothing are increasing. Scarlet.
I also have a shard of mirror in my pocket.
Sarah.
We found another survivor hiding in the back of the security office.
And we are alive.
And we are
And
alive.
We are alive.
Tell me more about this survivor.
The survivor's name is Robert. He was a security guard for the resort. He was able to hide when something happened. He didn't see what happened, but he is extremely rattled and terrified. But he is able to at least walk on his own and fend for himself. And he's very relieved to find other people that are alive.
Is he cute?
He is early 30s, got an attractive scar, or a scratch that's going to turn into an attractive scar if he lives.
Big if.
I think maybe he was part of one of my Instagram stories when I got to the island. When I checked in, he was talking to the person in the lobby. Pretty cute. Maybe a little prep for you, Scarlet.
Look, sometimes I like to play clean. I'm kidding.
You're making Robert look very uncomfortable.
Don't worry, it's not like I'm gonna bite you or anything, unless you want me to.
Regardless, I don't think the apocalypse is the appropriate time for this.
I don't know. I think it's a great time for this, frankly, but whatever.
Well,
Look, lady, I'm married and my husband doesn't like it when people mess with me.
All right, I see how it is. Should have known. I pulled the Empress for you, Robert.
Oh, would you shut up about that?
Is that some kind of slur? Are you messing with me? This
No,
is
she
hardly the
believes she
time.
can-
she's just
No, get
weird.
it. She believes she can glimpse the future.
I can foretell your future. We're all going to die. There's
Oh,
nothing
that's a bit
left. There's no one
Pessimistic.
here. There's no lights. No lights.
Well,
There's one right there.
Oh, that's true.
well, we're at least gonna live as long as we can.
Look, I felt perfectly safe in that security office until you ladies came barging in and dragged me out.
Nowhere is
Isn't
safe,
quite-
Robert.
I'm surprised you were still alive.
Likewise. Is there a plan, or did you just drag me along to eat me later? Are you cannibals? Because she's looking at me a little funny, and there was that biting remark.
She does
I
that
don't-
to everyone. We are going up to the Gold Resort.
We had a broadcast on the we heard a broadcast on the radio. The Coast
There
Yeah,
might
Guard.
be
they're
help there.
They're gonna let us in.
We
Yes.
yeah.
I
If-
sure hope so.
And if they're not, we're gonna get in because that's apparently where a boat is from the Coast Guard is gonna be. Do you want to stay on this island?
Please no.
Well, then it seems like sticking with us is the best plan.
And I
Great.
assure you we're not cannibal, or at least I am not.
And I'm not either.
Nah.
I'm sorry, is this a thing we're actually discussing? Because
I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a bit of a special situation going on here.
we have lentils. Sonia, I don't know if you remember that.
You
Like,
have
And
food?
pasta.
I'm
ma'am.
starving. I've been eating dried noodles for days.
Well, your only other option is the lentils because I also have dried noodles.
Aren't the lentils dry too?
But they're beans. They're beans, right?
We
Yeah,
have
but
water. Yeah.
I think
It's not much
I think
better,
you're
but
supposed to soak. I'll stick with the noodles.
I mean, the lentils are probably slightly more nutritious than noodles because they're like, they've got, but you know, to each their
Is
own,
there
I
a particular
suppose.
reason we're having this conversation out here in the dark? We could have had this conversation inside.
Because we're waiting for you to tell us where the cars are.
Cute. Like there's any cars still left.
Where did people
took the
go?
cars and left.
It's also a good way to pass the time as we make our way towards the Gold Resort.
What the fuck?
It's the brink. I've seen them bark.
I know everyone's all about stream cats, but your DM has dogs, okay?
Jesus.
I
Also,
love
my
Momo
darling
and
husband is
Ski.
coming home and I'm well defended against intruders.
All right.
Everyone's heart rate is settled back down.
As I was saying, we are on our way to the Gold Resort, and if you have a better way to pass the time, we can play
Or a
I
faster
Spy.
way to get there.
I spy with my little eye something that's black. Oh wait, it's everything.
Yeah, that's my point.
Okay. You're right. You know what? Fine, you're right. I couldn't stay in the office anymore. Time to get going.
Do you know any faster way of getting there than walking? Any additional golf carts? Any... I don't know what you people use. Scooters?
Yeah,
Yeah, we sort of broke the one that we were driving before.
I think we took the corner too
We?
hard.
My husband usually drops me off and picks me up from work, so
So what's
I've got
the
nothing.
garage for?
The cars that were
security
stolen.
officers'
or
cars
taken.
that they took and left with when all this started.
Where did they go? To the Gold Resort?
Some of them went home. Some of them thought it was a great excuse to go to the pub or whatever
I'm
fancy
sorry, what?
cocktail place. There's a fake real Irish pub in the inlands for when people are done with tropical cocktails.
And your colleagues thought the apocalypse was a good moment to go to the pub.
I can't say I think they're entirely wrong.
Hey,
I mean, we already found a good use for alcohol.
Yes.
And to be
And
fair,
we lost it already.
And look, I found more. And I'm going to
Oh.
pop open a little bit of it and take a swig of the whiskey that I found.
Scarlett, can I have a sip too?
Yeah, of course.
Take a swig.
Come on, Mom.
So do I.
Take the panicking edge off.
Right. If we're all quite done drinking...
Do you want a sip too? Aren't you legal where you're from? It's also the
I
apocalypse,
am,
so
and
who
I
gives a
assure
shit?
you I usually drink far better than that.
Hey,
Also,
this is
I
good
would
shit, so... But whatever.
retain-
Be snotty about it.
Yes, and we can use that good shit for medical purposes or more Molotov cocktails. This is not the time to get drunk, you imbeciles.
So while you talk about morality and practicality of getting drunk off of stolen booze, how about we start walking?
We've been walking.
We've been walking the entire time. What are you talking about?
Yeah, walk and
mhm.
talk.
I'm sorry, I thought you were still obsessing about the cars in the garage. My apologies.
We were discussing it while we were walking.
Who's leading
Wait.
the way? Because Robert isn't.
Scarlet, shall we?
Alrighty. You and me, Court.
So you're walking on the main road out of the main entrance. Would you like to make me a conflict roll to see what you find outside of this beautiful resort?
You or me, Court.
Roll you for it?
Okay.
How do you feel after last time?
I
We're at
mean,
8.
I have not been feeling great about my rolls, so
We're at 8 die?
yeah.
Yes, we're at 8.
I feel like maybe
Nice.
you should, given that I've ended the scene twice now.
Oh. Alright.
Maybe just leave it at that.
We have 1 6. And that is a lot of 3s. No 1s.
See, better
A
you
lot
than
of
me.
trees. So you have 1 6. I have 1 6. If I
Oh.
remember correctly, ties
Oh.
go to the DM in this case.
Okay.
Let me just double check that because that matters, and I've already confessed to doing a rule wrong. Because again, shaky on the rules.
Usually I'm big on live and let live, but in this case, let's
Yeah.
just check it.
Ties
Live and let
always
die.
break in favor of the GM.
Perfect. But the scene doesn't end yet.
The scene doesn't end
I-
because
Right.
it is still a success.
I do have a question
Um,
though. Can you burn a virtue or a vice to put? Oh no, it's you end a candle to put it back in the player's control, right?
Yes, seizing narration is if you want to narrate this, even though I have an equal number or more 6s, you can darken a candle right now. And then you describe how
worth
the
it.
scene ends before we go on to the next scene. So far, I've been leaving ending scenes very open-ended because I like giving you a lot of extra control with the setting of the truths. There will be more narration as we get a little closer to the end.
So you're just ending the scene.
Only if
Nope.
only if Courtney wants to darken a candle. Otherwise,
No,
Okay.
no, no,
it
no.
doesn't end. But I get to narrate what you find outside of
Yeah.
this beautiful resort.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with the narration, fine with candles being lit.
Lit.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So you walk out of the resort entrance, and it's one of those like faux tacky terracotta gates with lots of native shrubbery that's sort of been planted to look like it's been growing here naturally when it very obviously hasn't. You see this in the light of your torches. Robert is near the back, staying away from Scarlet. And again, the dark is nearly overwhelming. Again, your torches are almost making it worse rather than making it better, because as the light shines into the darkness, it illuminates nothing. You have this small circle of light and the asphalt under your feet. And other than some bushes and a road going left and a road going right, there's barely anything there. You can hear your own breathing. You don't get any of those very quiet hiccups right now. And there's sort of like a crunching noise under your feet as you're walking along, in a way that asphalt shouldn't crunch.
Hey, Robert. Have you noticed anything about the mirrors?
Do you have any information about that?
I know my coworkers were ranting about them and just smashed them all and said it would help keep us safe, which is ridiculous. Like, even the emergency broadcast said all we had to do was stay in the light. But they got obsessed with them.
It's like weird.
Can I look at what we're walking on? What was that? You're muted.
Asphalt and it's a little glittery. It's like shiny.
I think we should get off the asphalt. Maybe walk on like grass or something. I don't like how that's glittering.
Is this what I think it is?
But
Are we perhaps walking on broken glass?
Or reflective surfaces?
Not so much broken glass. Well, I suppose mirror is technically glass.
It is.
It does look like someone shattered a whole bunch of mirrors and sort of fairy dusted them along the roadside and on the road. It now that you've looked down, the light from your torch, it's like you're shining it on a disco ball. It's refracting in every direction.
Well, let's
It's
get out
actually
of
quite
here right
beautiful.
now.
You haven't seen this much light in hours.
More like days.
True. You also see your own faces looking back at you 1,000-fold.
I want to start moving away from the asphalt, mirrored
As
asphalt.
fast as possible.
Can you
Definitely.
make a conflict roll, please?
We still have all 8, right?
Yes. This time I dropped 1. I have more. This is fine. There it is. It's so dark.
I
in here,
have-
I don't know where it went.
I have 2 6s and 1 1.
All right, you lose a die. I have no 6s, so you keep narration rights.
So, what we're able to do as we're all able to safely make our way off the mirrored asphalt without any issues happening. And as we continue to move forward, I still have my battery car light from the golf cart, and I'm able to shine it on the asphalt, so there's light refracting everywhere, but we do not see our reflections as we continue to make our way forward through towards the Gold Resort. We're able to stay on like the grass on either side of the asphalt. Though I do believe anyone who saw their reflection is very rattled. So I think definitely me, and I don't know if anyone else looked, but I'm shaking. And the light moves as my hands are unable to stay still.
You're walking on the shoulder of the road. Remind me, did you go left or did you go right?
Left.
Robert doesn't quite seem to grasp that anything is bothering you, let alone that what would be bothering you. And he's following behind. Again, very quiet here. At times, it's almost like with the light shining ahead, keeping the light bright enough to avoid your reflections. It's not a consistent scattering of bits of mirror. Like, this wasn't expertly done. There's patches where there's huge chunks almost, where it's like someone just threw half a mirror down. There's bits where there's almost nothing there. And this road is starting to climb a little. You're going into a more mountainous area. And as you're walking along, at some point you hear Robert ask behind you, "Do you hear that?"
Hear what?
I'd like to take a pause and listen.
Robert is staring around, almost bewildered, and he's looking at you. "Why aren't you saying anything? Why won't you talk to me?" And he starts backing away from you.
What?
Who the fuck is he talking to?
Robert, what do you...
Is this some kind of joke? I should
Robert.
have left with you.
Listen to me. They are playing with your mind. They are trying to trick you to go into the dark. Do not follow. Do not follow what they say you. Do not follow what you see or hear.
Can I shine
We
the
are
light
real.
right
The
at
light
him?
is real.
Alright, roll
Nothing
me a
else.
conflict roll.
How many do we have left?
7.
8? No.
7.
7. Okay, that's not too bad. That's 2 6s and no 1s.
Pretty good. I only have 1 6. What happens?
It's such the things that she says, but more that she kind of continues talking, like keeps talking, and he seems to focus more and more on me, on the sound of the words, and whatever has been whispering to him or whatever he's been seeing seems to fade in the background, but more currently he's ignoring it, but his eyes are always kind of flicker kind of beside the group, and there seems to be this lingering call from the darkness.
Beautiful. I think that might be a good place to end it for tonight, right?
Because you literally just ended on lingering call from the darkness.
Yes, we did.
You crafty.
I know. Only 2 candles down. This is fine.
This is
Only
great.
2 candles
It's
down. What
fine.
could possibly go wrong next week when
I
we
know,
have 3
right?
whole hours to mess with you?
I think we're winning. I think that's what that means.
Yep.
I think
Yeah, we
you're
are.
right. It's really the only possible solution here. All right, let's go around quickly and tell people who we are and briefly what we do. And Yeah, just your favorite bit of tonight. And, humor me. Give me a theory about them.
Okay.
Except for Swapper.
Sonia can give me a theory. I'm sure Swapper is a good enough player that they can separate OC and IC knowledge.
Fair.
Eva.
Hi, my name's Eva. This is my channel, so you can often find me here, being ridiculous. I also play Finley on Sundays over at Open for Adventure. I am an amateur dice maker, a lazy writer, a current cat mother, but if anyone's looking for cats, I've got 4, so hit me up. I feel like I'm missing something major, but my favorite part was probably the disco ball street, which was unexpected and on the one hand better than what I thought it was going to be, and also that makes it more ominous because it was unexpected. And questions. I have questions. Courtney's theory on them is probably something very cryptid-esque. She's probably like in her mind, even though there's like no basis for it, picturing like the Mudos from the latest American Godzilla. Not latest, the one before that.
I'm gonna do all of that.
Great, fine. Something large, kind of bat-like but alien. Just because she watches too many movies and fake documentaries. Or real documentaries, I guess, depending on your point of view. Even though there's like no basis for that. Yeah. Probably thinking that the people are getting eaten. Maybe hoping, as opposed to some alternatives.
Thank you. Swapper.
Yeah, I'm Swapper. I can be found on many places, mainly Twitter. On Wednesdays, I play Kai Woods in a campaign run by Anniek on the Open for Adventure channel. Apart from that, there's Extra Life shenanigans coming up, but I'll leave that one to Anniek. My favorite part of the session was, I mean, I don't want to be a copycat here, but the feeling that I had when you said there was mirror shards or glistening shards on the street was just, that was so perfect. I love it when you take expectations and twist them, and that was such a picture-perfect moment of it. The Molotovs were good too. I like the Molotovs. They were not really effective, but we had them for a so short while. Sonia's theory, this one is tougher than I thought. I don't think Sonia has a theory because she is, she's read enough Lovecraft to know that having theories about this shit is probably a stupid idea. She knows or hopes that the light actually keeps them away and they're not just playing with us. And something with mirrors? Fuck all the mirrors.
Fair.
That's as far as her hypothesis goes.
I'm sorry, I was very distracted by reading your web captioner.
What did it say?
It's so much good stuff, not at all what you said. It was amazing. Something about the Sony Xperia. Lady Dame.
Hi, I'm Lady Dame. You can find me at the Lady Dame pretty much everywhere on the internet. I stream on Open for Adventure on Wednesdays as well in the Uncaged Anthology run by the lovely Anniek. I play Pris, the sweetest tiefling in the whole world. I am theoretically at some point in this, sooner rather than later, going to be back on the Gold Heart Gaming channel in Descent into Avernus. let's see. I'm also got a game on Friends Who Roll Dice coming up this Friday, where we're doing a charity stream for Rain, I believe, and we're playing Little Fears. That's with Mare, and then Extra Life on Open for Adventure as well. There's a whole bunch of fun stuff. Most of us, I believe, all of us are involved in there in various capacities. There's a whole bunch of stuff. 24-hour stream. It's going to be amazing on November 7th. I know we're all doing a lot, and there's quite some of us are doing more than others. And by some of us, I mean Mare. She's very busy. Let's see. I also stream on my own channel a variety of things on watch out, because on Saturdays I'm in the middle of reading My Immortal, the classic piece of fan fiction. Please come hang out, because it helps when there's more people to like share my pain with.
You read My Immortal like when I'm waking up in the morning, and I'm sorry, but there is such a thing as too early for My Immortal, and that's 7 fucking a.m.
It's true. There is such thing as too early for My Immortal because wine is necessary. Maybe harder brews. Anyway, my favorite part. This was tough. I think like Sarah, mom, like hot wiring a golf cart and threatening to put things on fire is pretty great. Big fan of that. Scarlett's theory about who them are, is that there's some sort of like, the only thing she can think of with the mirrors and like not trying to summon things with mirrors is like Bloody Mary. So they're probably all like some variation on that. Like if you call into a mirror, it will summon them sort of thing. And maybe steal your soul, maybe some sort of like messed up Alice in Wonderland thing. So something like that.
Thank you. Mare.
Hi, I'm Mare. You can find me on Twitter at Archmage of Dice. On Saturdays and Open for Adventure, I play Licton Brattersby in a Numenera game that starts at 8:30 p.m. Central. This Friday, I will be playing with Lady Dame on the Friends Who Rolls Dice channel in their Little Fears charity stream to support Rain and Earth Day Network. That starts at 4 Pacific time. Extra Life, obviously, on November 7th. It starts at 12 p.m. Central. And you can find me on Twitch at Marefeather. I am trying to run more games on my channel, and I will be running a murder mystery on the 30th. It's a 7-player murder mystery plus the DM. It's gonna be a clusterfuck, and it's gonna be great. My favorite part was actually at the beginning when Anniek was describing and like basically nixing all the stuff we were trying to look for. It felt really hopeless and great in like a depressing way. Sarah's theory on them and the mirrors is the fact that we haven't found any bodies is very concerning. So right now she thinks they're just kind of getting pulled through and killed there on the other side.
All right. Very nice. My name is Anniek. You can find me on Twitter at Anniekster. I don't stream on my own channel because of technology. So I just visit other people's streams, like here, where we'll be continuing next week with the remaining candles, with a little one that's almost struggling at the back there. It's going to be great. Same time, same great cast. On Wednesdays, I run the earlier mentioned Uncaged anthology over on Open for Adventure. We're playing through a few of the modules, and yeah, they're doing better than expected. We'll see how it ends.
For now.
Yeah, we'll see how it ends. Look, I've only dropped 2 of them below 0 so far. They'll be fine. They got back up. It's D&D. And for the Extra Life, I get to kick off the stream by making some people rescue a corgi from the death zone, who is carrying a deck of many things. So please join us for ridiculous shenanigans as they try to save the world. And then later on, also already mentioned, me and Swapper over there will be hosting a little talk show segment, Lorem Ipsum, aptly named because the odds of us staying on topic are less than 0. And we'll have a few guests, a few really fun ones that are not going to help us stay on topic at all. They're going to make it worse. But in between all the randomness, we'll be designing very brief one-shots, or at least we'll have very little time to make the one-shots. Swapper will be designing in 5th edition, and I will be designing... I should just pick now instead of keep saying I haven't picked. I'll be designing in Ryutama to compare systems and see if branching out to other systems can help you be a better DM in general. Which, you know, I think it's true. So I'll be showing you how to make a very quick one-shot for Ryutama, which is a great system, by the way, as well as this one, 10 Candles. It's very narrative heavy. And I think that covers it for us for tonight. 8 candles, 7 dice, and a very sus NPC already. I'm very excited where this goes.
I'm so glad.
Not worried about
him
Robert
in.
at all.
I'm so glad I brought him. It's great.
Yeah, you should find a random person to your apocalypse. Of course they come. That's how it works. He still thinks you might be cannibals, but
it's fine.
All right. Stretch, hydrate, pet your pets, love each other. And also be nice to yourself. Don't just love other people. You're pretty cool as well. Good night, everyone.
Looking for paradise? Welcome to Secret Basin, your tropical island getaway. Step onto the white sands or into the crystal clear waters. Your luxurious holiday home is waiting for you. Or rather, it was. It's been 10 days since the sun didn't rise, and there was just nothing. No stars, no moon, just darkness. And then they came. I don't really know what they are. I don't think anyone does. Whatever they are, the only fact that mattered became clear fast. They only hate one thing more than us. The light. That's what we heard anyways. The very important people on the emergency broadcasts kept repeating it over and over. Stay in the light. Stay in the light. I can't help but wonder if they're just playing with us. I can't help but wonder if the whole darkness thing was just some plan. Maybe they wanted the power grids to overload. Maybe they were pretending. Maybe the light doesn't hurt them at all. Maybe they just wanted to hunt us in the dark. Maybe they just wanted us to die afraid.
Hey bro, it's me, your favorite big sister. Do you know how Mom used to say that I needed to quit with the like witchy shit? Because I'd like summon a devil or something? I mean, not that she said shit, because it was our mom, but you know what I mean. Well, turns out that she may not have been like completely wrong. I mean, not that this is like my fault at all, because I am so not that powerful, but I mean, it probably didn't help either. Anyway, I just wanted to call and tell you that if I don't make it out of here, and honestly, it's not looking great, but that you can have my record collection, because I know you've always wanted it. That's if you're still alive, which you didn't pick up your fucking phone, and so I don't even know if that's true, or where you are, or what's happening, which, whatever. Anyway, I guess I should also say that I love you, or something, and please be safe. Maybe, like, text me that you're okay or something. Okay. Look, I gotta go. Anyway, I love you.
Hey, Cameron. I guess I deserve being sent to voicemail. What would be super great is if we could just maybe, like, rewind the past couple of weeks entirely. Let's play this out. You show up like you're supposed to, we do the thing, I don't write a shitty Twitter thread about what an asshole you are, we come to paradise together, and I guess this still would have happened, but at least I wouldn't feel like an asshole, which is clearly the most important part here. Is it dark where you are? I hope not. I mean, it probably is, but maybe there's more lights in the city? I miss so much, but who would have thought those lights would be one of them? I don't know where we're going, and I don't know what happened. And I don't know where you are. You once asked me my biggest regret. 3 years later, I told you it was you. Well, turns out it still is. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Hey, Jason. It's me, Mom. Where are you? I know the last time we talked it didn't go so well, but I'm really scared. I thought we could work some things out while on vacation, but you know how that went. First the fight, then the sun, the sky. I know things have been rough since it's always just been the two of us. Are you okay? Are you alive? If you get this, a group of us are heading to the northern edge of the island, towards the other resort. The Coast Guard is going to try and send us a boat, but they can't make it through the reefs near Secret Basin. Meet me there, okay? I love you.
Well, I did not expect this to be what will remain of me once I'm gone. Money was never an issue, so I went out and explored. I wanted to find something to do, something really worthwhile. I've done so many things despite my short life, but nothing prepared me for this. There's so many things I still have not done. It's confusing to see it all end now. So sudden. But I will not go down without a fight. Whatever it is that made the world dark, it better prepare itself. Sonia Midford doesn't go down without a fight, mark my words. This island, this resort, it was a compromise. Father begged me to do something that's dangerous, something peaceful for once, and being the idiot I am, I complied after a bit of fighting. Father didn't come, of course, he's far too busy, but at least I've got Laura with me. Well, had. We were separated. I wanted to spend some time alone to get some reading done. I hope she's well. If you find this, Laura, you're the best I could have ever wished for. The only person in the world I would ever dare call mother. Please. It'll be okay. Let's go then. Let's get this show on the road. This may be the last you've heard of me, but whatever it is, whatever caused this darkness, it hasn't seen the last of me yet. That I swear. Sonia Midfold, out.
And we are live, and
Sorry.
we lost.
The second we went live, all the cameras jumped. Welcome to 10 Candles and our tech gremlins.
I'm sorry, I meant to mute. I hit the wrong one.
It's fixed. We are fine.
Everything's great.
Almost.
Things are getting moved around appropriately. We'll start by...
I don't mind being the candles. That's fine.
We're good.
I kind of just don't want to be Scarlet because I know what's going to happen to you. So, welcome to the continuation of our game from last week, where we have this lovely group of people who met on an amazing holiday. We'll have a more in-depth summary in a second. We'll just quickly go around and have people tell you who they are and who they're playing. Let's start with Eva.
Hi, I'm Eva. I was actually paying attention this time. So I am playing Courtney, who is fine. She's fine. Who is a former influencer, possibly still an influencer. Who knows? No. Who is was just sort of looking for a bit of an escape. And definitely not a pre-planned trip that she was supposed to take with anyone else. And she is alive.
This is true. Lady Dame.
Hi, I'm Lady Dame, and I'm playing Scarlet, your favorite goth princess of the apocalypse. I came here on vacation, much like everybody else, and now we're in this world of shit, and it's awesome. It's totally great. I'm not at all terrified, but I am alive. So there's that.
There is that. This is true. Swapper.
Hello, I'm Swapper, and I am playing Sonia Midfold, who is here because there was a disagreement, and I was sent to a resort of sorts, and as anything our family does, it turned out shit. However, I'm still alive.
I mean, shit. At least it's an interesting holiday. Mare.
That is true.
Mare and Stream Kitty.
Yes, Morse says hi. I'm Mare. You can find me on Twitter at Archmage of Dice. Today I'm playing Sarah Davis. I came here with my son so we can have a nice vacation for once. And apparently I found a cat while we're here. And I'm alive. Can't say the same for Jason. I don't know.
My name is Anniek. You can find me on Twitter at Anniekster. I am the DM for this game. I also control the candle cam with all these perfectly steady candles, none of which are at all wonky or already kind of drowning in their own everything. I do not have a habit of snuffing out the strongest looking candles. Everything will be fine.
She
Before
also
we go
lit
into
them
the...
before the game started.
I lit them 3 minutes before the game started. Well, maybe a little longer, but that's not the point. Before we go into the quick recap, I want to shout out to Kayla at KMCA, who did the content warning graphics. We got to borrow them from her channel, which we are very grateful for, because we already did way too much work for a 2-session game. Lady Dame, if you want to briefly take us through what happened last time.
Well, so when we started, we were in sort of the cheaper part of the resort because, and it was super dark. And I ended up with these like random people. I don't know how we all survived, frankly, because we're some of them, I'm not gonna lie, are kind of disasters. Sonia's got like a broken ankle or something. Sarah's like the mom, and it's kind of like she turned out to be surprisingly effective, and Courtney's fine, whatever. But so we started out, we like tried to find some stuff in like the kitchen and the front desk to try it, because we knew that we had to leave, because we heard this broadcast. That's right, we did hear a broadcast that told us to get to the north end because there was like Coast Guard or something helping people. So, and we knew that whatever was out there, that them were afraid of the light, so we want to make sure we had light. We also wanted to make sure we had weapons just in case, because that was important. So we found some stuff. It's been kind of weird, like all the mirrors are like covered. We've seen a lot of like blood and stuff, but I can't remember if we've seen any bodies. We might have seen one, but anyway, so we made our way out. We like stole a golf cart, which Sarah hotwired, which was kind of hot, I'm not gonna lie. She also made Molotov cocktails, which was rad. That all happened. Like, what? Okay, so we made it to the security office, because we need to like unlock, in the golf cart, which I was driving and may have tipped over. Whoops. Because we were looking for stuff and trying to unlock stuff, and also we had to get out the security area to head to the north side of the island or whatever. And we met this guy named Robert, who like, I don't remember what his deal was exactly. Like, he was cute and whatever, but totally married, which is fine. He seems kind of weirded out by us, frankly, which is like whatever. I mean, he's kind of weird himself. Like, okay. Again, more mirrors covered up. We were walking along somewhere too, and there was like broken glass all over the ground, or broken mirrors, and it was like sparkly and stuff. Like, I don't know what that was about, but every time I tried to like pick up like a mirror or something, or try to uncover one of the mirrors, Sonia would freak the fuck out. It was a lot, frankly. And I think are we in the woods now? Like, I don't even remember where we exactly left off, but we're trying to make our way now towards the north end of the island, and that's, I believe, where we left off. Yeah, also, Robert tried to leave us, and Sonia convinced him not to.
Yes. You're heading to the north side of the island, where there is a fancy gated golf resort that is probably where the lifeguard is picking up people, you assume.
That's what
Sonia
the recording
did talk
said.
Robert down. He freaked out a little, claimed he was hearing people calling to him.
Right.
Sonia managed to soothe all those ruffled feathers. And we left with you lovely people in the, like, next to a road, because you didn't feel like walking on the crunchy bits, in the woods, with 2 flashlights.
And I have the light from the golf cart with its power source.
Yes, including the car battery. Some other people have some other items that may or may not come into play at later points in time.
Yep. Sure do have a little sliver of mirror in my pocket that nobody else knows about. Yep, it's fine.
It's accurate. Everything's fine. It's all cool. It's great. But having just settled down, Robert, I'm interested in hearing what you're doing now.
Look at that little candle on the side already leaning.
How dare you?
I don't think it's a good idea if we stay in one place for too long. We should probably keep going. And off the
I agree.
scrabbly, mirrored road.
Right. Speaking of mirrors. I've been thinking, sort of, since, we keep bringing it up. Sonia, shove it. But also, I was thinking about, I have this, and I was thinking about all those screens back in the security center, and I don't think I should carry it anymore, but I also just don't want to leave it behind. And I know this is going to sound ridiculous. Could we just take like one quick picture together? I know it sounds really superficial, but I don't know what's going to be left of anything. And it kind of makes me feel better to think that part of us will be somewhere.
No, I like totally see that. Because like, here's the thing, cameras steal your soul, but
Excuse me?
They do. I don't look. They do.
But Scarlet, don't you already have no soul?
Right.
Is
That's
there not
cute.
the darkness inside you, or something like that?
Yeah, exactly. See, you get it. But here's the deal.
Totally.
But what's cool about, and normally I'd be like opposed to that because like I don't want, you know, the internet having like a piece of me and stuff. But I think that's a good idea because if something happens, then like there's like a piece of us that lives forever, right?
When you say that,
So I'm
sounds
into
very
that.
terrifying.
Thank you. That's so sweet of you.
I try my best.
Okay, so Sarah?
I think it's a waste of time, but I don't think 5 minutes is gonna be 2 seconds is gonna be too bad if it means a lot to you.
Yeah, this isn't the 60s, like it's 2 seconds.
If something's going to jump out of that reflective screen, I'm going to strangle you.
And your phone is gonna be destroyed.
That's
Yeah,
it.
I mean, it's been in my pocket this whole time.
How about we just don't look at it?
Do you want
Yeah,
to
you
do
ever see that show Black Mirror?
No.
That's
Excuse
sort of
me?
what made me think of it, actually.
I know. Wow, I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff too, Courtney. All right, cool.
Yeah, I
assume it was
mean,
not about a literal Black Mirror.
Well, I mean, like, it's referring to the fact that when you turn off the TV, it's like a black mirror, or like a screen is like a mirror, but it's all blacked out.
Well, let's just take the picture and keep
Oh,
heading
yes.
towards the north.
Yes.
You're muted,
You're
Anniek.
muted.
Unmuted myself.
you're good now.
I am?
Yes.
I think I might have been lying to you. Anywho, I was asking Courtney to please make a conflict roll. You have 7 dice.
And now I'm muted. Okay.
Very accurate, Swapper.
2 6s, no 1s.
Yes.
Alright. You maintain narration.
Less. Courtney gathers the rest of the girls. Sorry, Robert.
I really don't want to have anything to do with this anyway.
I figured you didn't.
I'm actually gonna take a few paces this way.
Just stay in the light, and I'm sure that's fine.
If you disappear, we're not going to come looking for you.
That's true.
Yeah.
And she'll do the like, hand out, but also like, do not perceive. And I guess maybe pick a point off in the darkness for everyone to focus on, whether they do or not. I leave to their discretion. Scarlet.
Scarlet's looking directly at the camera. I don't know what you're talking about.
I knew she would.
Yep.
And as soon as the flash goes, there's one of those weird stutters in sound happens again, and there's nothing. And it is a long enough stutter to be apparent. It's not was that me? Was that a weird hiccup? That was a longer skip. So nobody hears when she drops the phone face down on the ground. And she will look at Robert and everyone else, and once the sound skips back in, let's not stick around then.
You're muted, Anniek.
I swear to God, I'm not.
You aren't anymore.
It apparently needs like 5 seconds to realize I have, in fact, unmuted myself. Duly noted. So, what I asked is who is leading the charge and where are you going?
I'll probably still be up front because I have the light from the golf cart. Whether I'm like leading the direction and navigation, I'll leave up to everybody else, but I'll definitely be in front with the main light source.
Okay. Where's everyone else?
I'd be fairly behind. I don't want to stick around. Thanks.
Probably be leaning on Courtney then, if she still allows it.
I think Scarlet's gonna be in the back to make sure that Robert keeps up with the rest of us.
Alright. So you're continue to walk almost single file because you're still trying to avoid these crunchy bits on the road that still occasionally reflect the light from the golf cart headlight that Sarah is carrying with her. You're pretty mindful. It's not quiet. There's wind. It's a fairly wooded area, so there's just a regular noise of wind in the trees. But those hiccups in sound are less infrequent. Like they're happening more often. But looking around at the rest of your group, you have the feeling that they're not necessarily happening for all of you at the same time all the time. They seem to be a little personalized, somewhat problematic bubble. Robert is looking very worried. He's as close to a person holding a light as he can possibly be. And while you're walking through these woods, there's a lot of, like, I wouldn't say chittering. It isn't necessarily like a particular animal, but there's this undertone.
Did the rest of you hear that?
I heard something. I didn't catch the words exactly, but I heard something.
I was just glad there was sound, and I thought it was one of you.
Did you catch what they said?
I did.
Alley? Something... alley, maybe? Wasn't
Maybe
there-
it's someone else looking for someone. There's got to be other survivors, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, we found this guy. Sorry, Robert.
Oh,
Robert, we've been over this.
You got a lot of likes on my video.
How? I thought.
From before.
From
I was
before.
on her Instagram from before.
Jack?
We're supposed to promote the resort, make it seem like, friendly staff, 4 stars, great weather.
Scarlett, do you know the voice?
Jack, is that you?
Allie, over here. Over here.
Can I tell what direction that sound is coming from?
Probably a little in front of you and to the right. I'm trying to think of cardinal directions, which I'm absolutely terrible at, but considering you're traveling north, so that would be northeast.
That we have to. I gotta. That's. I have to.
Who is it?
I mean, it's my brother. I didn't think he was. Jack, I'm gonna sort of head off in that direction, and people can follow me.
We can't let her go alone. I'm going.
It's my brother. I have to go get him.
Why would he be here?
yes, but stay in the light for goodness sake.
Okay. Well, we can't just. I can't just leave him.
No, if he's terribly important to you that you're willing to run off into the darkness, we must get him.
Please. And I'm gonna keep calling out for Jack.
Yeah, Robert is just looking at you and then looking at Sonia, going, I told you. I heard something as well. And he's going with Scarlett.
I'm following Scarlett.
I'm sorry, I didn't believe you, Robert.
It's fine. Alright, you head deeper into this woodsy area. Like, we're not talking proper woods. We're talking cultivated woods around a very expensive resort where they still pay for landscaping. There's still more rustling in trees that may or may not need to concern you. But yeah, you just walk straight into these woods.
Scarlet, how high is the possibility of your brother being truly here?
I mean, he came to the resort with me. I didn't. So he's around. He was off, like, hanging out with some of his other friends when everything went dark. So I thought, well, I don't know what I thought, but I mean, it's totally possible that he's around and still alive. I mean, it's as possible as the fact that all of us are still here and still alive.
Okay.
Should we be having this conversation at volume?
I was about to ask for a conflict roll from Scarlett.
Yeah, Scarlett's not being quiet. Oh, y'all.
Oh, that sounds good for me. Oh, why do I suddenly have a background? I didn't even touch Zoom. What the fuck?
So
No.
So now here's my question. If I burn, now remind me, if I were to burn one of my cards, I could get a reroll on some of those ones.
There's a few different ways to try and make a complete disaster better.
You don't have any hope dice yet, so that's not gonna work for you.
No, I don't.
Let me check real quick how that's gonna go for you. Do you have any ones? Oh, you have 3 ones. Great.
Out of 7 dice.
If you burn an active trait, you can re-roll all the dice that landed on a 1.
Perfect.
And you can have to work into the narration how exactly you're using that trait.
Oh, it's fine. It's totally fine. As we go deeper into the woods, Scarlet starts sort of I would start going over and over and sort of reciting like what sounds like poetry. They're definitely witchy spells that she learned from and I don't have any memorized myself personally, but they're like, it's almost like a prayer, except that these are more sort of nature-based and more like goddess be with me kind of stuff. Like just she's holding her crystal dice that she has and rubbing it. And again, this is at full volume.
Yep.
That she's doing this, and
Yep.
getting louder. So
I think that was superstitious getting the boot.
It sure was.
Out it goes. All right, re-roll those ones and pray.
Oh, okay, that's better. I have 2 6s, no 1s.
Okay. I only have 1 6, so you have a success and you get to narrate.
Awesome. As we go deeper into the woods, the sound continues to cut in and out. Faint whispers of Allie, Allie. Are still sort of audible.
Allie, what can you do? You have to stay in the light. Allie.
Allie. We see movement off in the distance, a little ahead of where we are. It's fleeting, almost shadowy. But we see it, and I keep following. And I listen to what my brother says and stay as close to whatever light source we have. I think we still have 1 flashlight left as well.
You did, yes.
As
2
we're
flashlights, I think, even, because you started with 3 and you lost 1.
We started with 3, we lost 1, and Swap or Sonia said we found another flashlight in the security office.
That's right.
Plus my big light source from the golf cart.
As Scarlet, move through the woods, I'm moving as fast as I can, which, as we keep going, her breathing gets a little harder and starts to sound kind of raspy, like she's having a hard time catching her breath.
I'll add to that. Not only are you having a hard time catching your breath, Sarah, it may only be a golf cart light, but carrying around a car battery at a dead run in the woods. Please roll me a conflict roll to see how well you're balancing basically a gallon of acid while doing all of this.
We still have 7, right?
You do.
Okay.
Thanks to a burned trait.
That's fine. I got 3 6s and 1 1.
All right. The 1 goes out. And I only have 1 6. So you get to tell me how this goes.
I am chasing after Scarlet while also trying to keep Courtney, Sonia, and Robert. Is he following?
Yeah, he's catching up.
Okay. Both in my sights, looking forward, looking back. I'm like, Scarlet, Scarlet. I'm able to. I had some scraps of fabric left over still from my shirt when I cut it up from making Molotovs. And I am basically using that to keep my hands from being like torched or burned in any capacity. But the light shining off from this car battery lamp is wide and illuminating behind Scarlet as I keep her in my sights.
Thank you. So, Scarlet, you're at a dead run through these woods. It's hard to see in front because the light is coming from behind you and it's just throwing these crazy long shadows, and that movement you saw ahead is not coming towards you. It's you don't seem to be getting closer or further away at all.
I actually run a little faster as I think I hear something, and I try to keep up with Scarlet and get closer.
Point out that what you heard seems to be coming from behind and to the left.
Fuck.
Closer to the road.
Can we... Scarlet, wait. I think we need to reconvene. You're muted.
But
just like 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
It's like I told Robert, I think they're playing with us.
I hear Jason.
I think you're not.
Jason?
My son?
Who's the
Oh, fuck. You know, it takes a lot for me to say this. I agree with Sonia.
Like, okay, but just because they're playing us or not doesn't mean the fact that it isn't gonna rip our hearts out.
Sometimes you have to make hard decisions for something that is greater than you. And this very much is. This is all of us together. We are alive. We know that. We do not know what the others are. We do not know if they're real. We don't know if they're echoes. We do not know if they are mirror mazes of deception that they made out of these woods. We do not know.
We're supposed to stay in the light. Sonia?
We must
Is that you?
stay.
Are you there?
We must stay in the light.
We have to stay. Nope, that's the one thing. We have to stay in the light.
We have to ignore them. We have to go to where we were supposed to go.
But what if it is them?
Where are
It's
we?
not them.
You don't know that.
I know that.
How?
It is not
Can
them.
you hear me? Where are you?
I can't. Oh.
Okay.
You're right. Sonia, you're right. You are so right. And I know that. I know that.
Are they all coming from different directions, Anniek?
The most clear one is still Ali's brother. You heard Jason definitely left him behind. That female voice that should be recognizable to Sonia as Lara seems to be right behind you. Like she should be able to breathe on your neck.
Doesn't turn. She does not turn.
Cameron sounds both miles away and right next to you.
I want to shine the light around in all the directions that we hear voices, especially the ones that seem closest.
I have many ideas about what you see, but I think I want you to make a conflict roll and see if I decide or if you decide.
Okay. 6 dice. I am gonna burn my trait.
All right.
I am slowly moving the light around, whispering quietly to the 4 of them. It's okay. This is just, if they're right there, we'll see if it's them or others, or actually who we're looking for. Anniek, what do we see?
All right. So, what you see as you pan this golf cart light around, I described earlier how the shadows seem longer than they should be. And not only do they seem longer than they should be, I'm assuming you have this light in your right hand. As you're moving it around, your shadow seems to be holding something in its left hand. Your shadows seem to be the wrong way around. And the voices have stopped. In fact, all the sound has stopped. It seems to be one of those weird hiccups in sound where you can only hear your own heart beating. You can't even hear the breath of the people in this group with you, even though Scarlet looks like she's just gasping for breath at this point. As you finish your circuit, the most notable thing is you see Robert's shadow, but you don't see Robert. Now, I'm gonna go kill one of your candles. I'll kill a sad one, because I feel bad for you. Alright, that brings us to our next scene. I now have 4 dice, and you have 6. Did you roll any ones, Mare?
Not after my reroll. I thought it's equal to the number of dice lit. We should have 7.
Alright, sorry. I have to do math. I have 3 dice. I got so excited. I'm waiting for that back candle to go out on its own, kind of.
I know you are. I got like 3 4s and 5s.
Alright, so as we move on into the next scene, Mare, like, I'll point it out for the people who might notice I'm doing something different from last time. It's because I did it the long way around. The player who lost a conflict roll gets to start with the saying of truths. So we'll kick it off the usual way. The world is dark, and these things are true.
I've convinced the group to go into the direction of Jason's voice.
All right. Let me check our order from last time. Courtney.
The flashlight from the security office flickers. It does not have a strong battery.
Sonia.
The voices have faded, but they're still felt.
Scarlet.
Wait, we saw like salt on the ground in the shape of a pentagram, but it was like trod through. That's actually 2 truths. So we
It's two truths.
saw. Yeah. Sorry. We saw salt on the ground.
Okay. Oh, I skipped myself. I'll get one now. Far, far off in the distance, you think you can hear a boat. Sarah.
This is hard. Oh gosh, I don't know. We're in the middle of the fucking woods.
I mean, that's already established. You don't have to
No, I know.
reiterate that one.
We were able to find a path to walk on. That's not like walking through the underbrush or anything.
All right. Thank you. And we are alive, people. We promised we'd work on this.
And we're
We have
alive.
we have one more. It's 7 truths.
Do we?
Yeah.
You're right.
I was counting.
Yeah, we have one more truth.
I counted my dice, but I forgot to put the out one back with the theirs.
Yeah. So we got one more, whoever's turn it is.
All right. Like, yeah, I'm assuming that because now you have one extra, you're completely going to remember to say, and we are alive, in perfect unison at the end of it.
1000%.
Courtney.
We were able to determine which direction to go.
And we're
And
alive.
we are alive.
We are alive.
And we're alive.
Well,
Look, it's fine if it
Weird.
echoes. That just makes it creepier.
Yeah.
Fair. I don't know what you're talking about. None of this is creepy.
Okay. It's fine. Getting our friends to whisper at us like, ugh.
Break our hearts, why don't
Also,
you?
I love it.
I told you I did a little too much. That's fine.
No.
So you're happily walking, happily maybe is not the best term, but you're determinedly, let's stick with determinedly, walking along this lovely path in these lovely woods. I mean, I can narrate everything for you, but you might also have thoughts or ideas about what you want to be doing right now. There's no crunchy, shiny gravel underfoot. There is still the rustling from the trees. At one point, your light catches a glint of a little beady eye as you see this fat, giant iguana sitting in a tree, judging you.
Why couldn't they take the animals? Why us?
I mean, it's probably better they didn't if we have any hopes at surviving this as a society.
Maybe they like animals better than they like us, which, to be fair, is a mood.
Not wrong. But, like, listen, at least we know where we're going, and the where I heard Jason's voice is just so happens to be in the direction we're going, so we can at least just see. And at least we'll be able to get to the boat.
I really am going to regret this. Scarlet, what's in your hand?
Well, I mean, I'm okay with following Sarah because I pulled the High Priestess, which means intuition, unconscious, inner voice. So we're following Sarah, our High Priestess's inner voice.
Honestly, I would follow any inner voice instead of these outer voices.
Yeah, right? I mean, Sarah's following an outer voice, I suppose, but trusting her own instincts.
Yep,
And
motherly
like moms
instincts.
are like exactly, moms are super intuitive, so clearly this bodes well for us.
You don't intuit a Molotov cocktail, Scarlet.
Yes.
Well, no, but
You
You know what I mean, though. Like, motherly intuition is a thing combined with, like, experience and knowledge.
Okay, you're.
Honestly, at this point, I'm just going to accept whatever crap you're going to tell me, and move on.
Yep.
Can we at least say that we're going to stick together? If one of us wants to go ahead on a suicide mission, fine, but don't drag the others into it.
I think that's fair. I don't want to be alone anyway.
No.
That would be rather unfortunate.
Let's keep going then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even though
Alright, your
Allie's card, Scarlet's card, is saying inner voice, I am definitely following an outer voice.
I mean, choices must be made.
I mean, it's towards the boat anyway, right?
Right. Maybe if we're all lucky and everything falls into place, everyone is already at the boat and they're just waiting for us.
Wow. Sarah?
But listen, it's better than falling into a depression and being pessimistic.
Well, no, but
Is
you
that
could
your
be
lentils?
realistic.
That's my lentils.
Right.
Well, maybe there's a happy medium where we have some optimism and some practicality about our situation. I gave up my phone for this.
And if it weren't in the,
Did you hear that?
I heard something.
No?
Yes.
Yes.
Sounded like some preppy voice.
Shut the fuck up, Scarlet.
Look, if I don't make jokes, like, this is all fucking terrifying. So this is the way that I cope, okay?
We all have our lentils.
Yeah.
I have
Well,
two things that are helping me get through this. It's my tarot cards, the belief in the goddess above, and sarcasm.
That's 3 things.
I was never very good at math, okay?
I just.
obviously.
Our lentils, such as they are, maybe shouldn't be bringing down the rest of the group.
I feel like this metaphor is getting entirely out of hand.
I see what you're saying. I will try.
Admittedly, it's just making me hungry, and that's not helpful either.
Yes. And some of us don't have to rely on lentils to get through the day.
Regardless, let's keep going. If I didn't hear my son's voice in the same direction we were going, I wouldn't have bothered, but
okay. As you're, are you? Because again, fair amount of talking. Are we stage whispering? Are these conversations full volume? Scarlet, how's your breathing?
Courtney would be that middle volume between stage whispering and just like low talking.
yeah, same. But this is also an audio medium, and whispering can be a pain in the butt.
No, I understand, but I also know at some point Scarlet was perfectly happy to go through the woods yelling at full volume.
Yeah.
When we ended, she was gasping, so I'm thinking maybe her breath is still a little loud.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of gasping for air. I am speaking a little quieter, but as far as the breathing, it's not quiet.
Are you okay, Scarlet?
No, I mean, I'm fine. I just, look, I was low on my inhalers anyway, and I shouldn't be running, and I know, and I lost the last one before everything went dark, and it's...
Okay. Let's try maybe not to run.
Yeah. It's just
Strongly suspect it wouldn't do anything anyway, so.
obviously.
So you're walking moderately quietly through this nice and dark woods on a path. I think it's wide enough to walk 2 on 2.
Okay.
I'd like to know which 2 of you are in the front and which 2 of you are in the back.
I've got a light. I'm probably in front.
Yeah, that flashlight from the security office it's going beyond sputtering. It's dimming noticeably. The flashlight you had originally is also starting to struggle, and along with the light from the golf cart, it's a little weird how they seem to be flickering in and out at almost the same time, but not quite. Like there's just this tiny bit of delay, and the people walking like in the back row, once the lights start sort of echoing each other, it's almost like you see Sarah's movements a little bit delayed as well.
I don't like that, but I don't see
So
that. So
you don't see that, no. I'll have one of the 2 people from the back row make a conflict roll to see how this goes as you're continuing to traverse these woods.
who's in the back and who's up front? with
I'm
me?
in the back. Is Sonia in the back?
No, I would be in the front then.
I would be in the back then.
Courtney, do you want to make this roll or should I?
She asked in character.
Love you. I don't love your dice.
No.
Fair. Big moves.
I love her dice.
I know you do.
Shut up, Anniek.
It's 6, right?
It's 7.
Yes.
It's 7.
A 7. It's
Oh,
7
because
dice.
we switched scenes. Okay.
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, I tend to roll like shit, so.
I.
Can you hear me? Whatever you do, stay in the light.
Do we hear all of these, Anniek? Does every single person hear these?
Yes, but if you discuss them, none of you hears them coming from the same location.
Okay.
Cute.
I just want to make sure we all hear them.
Courtney is going to walk faster. Somewhat oblivious to taking Scarlet at face value, and not thinking through the implications of everything she said, to try and catch up with Sarah, who I imagine isn't actually that far ahead, and will put a hand on her shoulder and just be like, maybe we should have a light in the back to illuminate more people, more light coverage. I'm sorry, I keep thinking I hear something.
You and me both. No, we hear something. It's just... No.
Right. I just think, we literally just said no running. She will definitely keep the pace going. The sound has started to ripple instead of it just like dampening. It kind of still periodic, but it kind of moves in a wave. Kind of like a blanket of sound being dampened out. And every once in a while at the edge of the shadows, there's when the light is strong, it kind of divots in around things that aren't there. And I would very much like to burn, metaphorically, my card and reroll 2 of these ones.
What was your
Please do.
card?
My card is hasty. Was hasty.
It's gone.
That's now 3 6s and no 1s.
A worthy reroll, if there ever was any. Okay. So there is a steady pace moving forward. All of you would have noticed how the light divots around things that aren't there.
I'm sorry, I did a lot more narration to that than I ought to have. I
No,
apologize.
that's fine. It's a collaborative game. This is absolutely fine.
We love you, Eva.
It was beautiful.
And
you made
terrifying.
my life easier. Okay. With that blanketing of the sound, you do notice Scarlet's breath is getting a little more haggard. It's getting noticeably colder. And as most people might know, cold, damp weather has a terrible effect on your throat and your vocal cords and your lungs. And you've been running, and you're starting to get this feeling of, it's a very familiar feeling. It's like this squeezing in your chest.
Do you have any doses left for in your inhaler?
No. I thought I had some in my backpack, in my suitcase, whatever, when we got here, but I didn't have time to grab them. It's just, I don't go, this is why I don't go outside much, frankly. That's why I'm so pale, not a lot of exercise. Look, I'm not built for this.
I don't know.
I feel personally attacked right now.
We gotta get you back somehow.
Like, we just gotta keep going. Don't worry about me. I know it. No, we gotta keep.
Mom? Mom, where are you?
Sorry.
Oh God.
Sorry.
This is definitely coming from behind you. Actually, Sarah, do you turn around when you hear this behind you?
I want to ask everyone to stop, and because I'm in the back now because Courtney wanted me in the back. I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta look.
Do not look. That's what they want you to do. You can't look.
But I want you all to stay in the light still, so I'm turning whether you want me to or not. But it's gonna be your choice if you stay in the light.
Die.
You have to stay in the light too. Even don't leave
Sarah,
the
Who
light.
is this who's calling after you?
What was that, Sonia?
Who is this who's calling after you?
My son?
Oh, you only used him if you're dead.
But if he is looking for me, how can I ignore him?
He would touch you.
I don't expect you, someone barely my son's age, to understand. And
Hold on. Wait just a second
That was
before
a low
you go.
blow,
what was that, Sonia?
but fine. That was a low blow, but fine. If you're so intent on getting yourself killed, I don't think you would have enough much use anyway.
I ignore Sonia.
Look,
Can you hear
look.
Mom?
If they're
Mom?
close enough to call you, right? And they think you're here, either they would come closer, right? Or they will follow us to the boat, and we'll all meet up at the boat where there's light. Remember, you just said
And
there's a boat and people and light, and we'll all be together.
And if he has a flashlight that is sputtering as much as ours are?
Do you see a light, Sarah?
I don't know. I haven't turned around yet, but I want to see.
But we were following a voice earlier, and there was no light.
I'm going to start slowly turning around to give them a chance to stay in the light as I rotate it.
As you slowly rotate, how many of you shift to stay in the light she's shining? Okay. So Sarah slowly rotates in her place to look behind her. And at first it seems like there's only forest. Again, the long shadows from what will maybe a little awkwardly call your friends, who seem to be, in their proper configuration at this point in time. You don't see Jason, but you do see something reflecting the light from you from underneath, like some bushes. There seems to be a spilled bag with the contents littered across the ground, and your light is catching on a makeup mirror.
As soon as I see a reflection, I move the light away from it.
Can you make me a conflict roll, please?
No. We're at 7. We're at 7.
You're at 7.
I can pick up all my dice.
I wish I had cards to burn. That's a lot of ones.
I got 1 6. But I also got 2 1s.
Alright.
But I don't want to burn my moment. So
That seems fair. 2 dice are out. I match you for a 6. I have 2 1s and a 6.
So how does that work?
If I go to the DM.
But if I burn my if I burn my moment, how does that work?
If you burn your moment, you wrestle narration rights away from me. And you tell me what a successful moment of hope looks for Sarah. And you get a hope die.
Oh, so if I burn my moment, and if it works, I get my hope.
If it works, yes.
Oh, then I'm going to burn my moment.
All right. That's fair.
And I will re-roll those ones.
Yeah.
Anniek, what happens? But I don't have any more ones. So we're back at 7.
No extra ones.
No extra ones. So we have our 7 dice.
Yes. As this sputtering light catches on this makeup mirror, it's one of those nice handheld ones with sort of like the Art Deco shape. And you know your mind is catching on these honestly meaningless details because it doesn't want to acknowledge what you're actually seeing, which is Jason's face.
In the mirror.
In the mirror. Who... You also see yourself in the mirror if you get close enough.
I do.
And Jason seems to be right behind you. If you turn around, he'd be over your shoulder.
I think it's like a frantic back and forth looking in the mirror, looking behind me. Back and forth, back and forth.
He's just standing there looking like you remember him. A little more, a little thinner, maybe. And I don't know if he was left or right-handed, but once he goes to rake his hand through his hair, it's the wrong hand.
No, Sonia, you're right.
Well, at least you didn't get yourself killed against all odds.
Can I kick the mirror into the dirt, face down?
You can. we'll be moving on to the next scene as I kill all of your candles. I was really nice to you last time. I don't know if I want to kill one of the really bad ones. There we go. Mediocre candle. Okay. We will be moving on to the next scene. These things are true. The world is dark. Sarah, you had the last failed conflict roll.
There was a fresh flashlight in that backpack.
All right. Courtney.
The mirror shard in Scarlet's pocket is growing warm. I mean, warmer than it otherwise would.
Sonia.
Lara had asthma. Or has.
Oh, hang on, that's my turn. How difficult to make things for you. The intervals that the lights are off are getting longer and longer. Scarlet.
We found time along the path.
Found what along the path?
Time, as in the herb.
The herb. Check.
I love that. Sorry.
And the last one is for Sarah.
The shadows are wrong all the time now.
And we are all
And
alone.
we're alive.
And we're
Alive.
alive.
Beautiful. So, moving into this next scene, you're still on this kind of winding, sort of cultivated forest road. You have the feeling this is the kind of path they made for, how to put this nicely, the kind of dumb, kind of overweight, kind of easily separated from their money kind of tourist who wanted to go hiking but wouldn't last longer than 3 miles. So it's very well kept. It's very even. The fresh flashlight from the backpack works. However, it goes off and on in unison with all your other lights. Scarlet's lungs are still burning. And doing, even with all the pausing and some of the crying, a little bit of just math or common sense dictates you should be getting out of these woods at least by now, if not 10 minutes ago. You should be getting onto the cultivated grounds that surround the golf resort. I also haven't seen any of those iguanas in a while.
Why is it taking so long?
Everything takes longer in the dark.
That long?
I mean,
have we
I don't have
navigated incorrectly?
I don't have my phone. I don't know how long it's been.
There's not much choice other than just keep going.
The lights do concern me. I would like to try something just for knowing it.
Do you want to set
for
fire?
example.
Do you want to set fire to the woods now?
No, I would like to light a match. Just a match.
Okay.
Pulls out a match and lights it. Which I'm not doing right now since that's kind of stupid. You're muted. If you say said something.
I hope that was waiting long enough to be decently unmuted this time around. Zoom. I was going to ask Scarlet how she's reacting to that mirror shard getting just a little bit warmer. In a fairly cold night, it's hard to miss. We'll ignore how strange it is that a tropical island is getting cold at night, but you know.
The sun's been out for 10 days. It makes sense.
It does, but you know, you're not even quite sure it's night. It's just colder.
It's just perpetual night. You know, I've been tempted while I've been in the back to take the mirror out and look at it when nobody else is looking. I haven't yet.
Hearing a but at the end of that sentence.
You sure are. As I feel it getting warmer, I'm going to say a little protection spell that I know. At this point, I don't think I'm starting to doubt that all of this stuff that I've been practicing is like useful at all, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And take out the mirror shard and look at it.
Okay.
Ellie, no. Do not trust.
So, holding out this mirror shard, where is your nearest light source? Were you one of the people with the flashlight?
I think I had one of the flashlights, I think.
Okay, so how are you angling all of this? I need a little more... I wouldn't say prop work, because we can't see that anyway, but...
Right. I have like a little tiny... Hold on. I have to... we might have a little bit of prop work. This flashlight doesn't actually work. Oh, it does. Never mind.
Pleasant surprises.
Right. So I would probably... The shard's been in my back pocket. I'd probably take it out and sort of angle it a little bit like this. As close and a little bit away from me. I don't want anybody else to really see what I have, like, and try and make it look like maybe one of my cards, but yeah, but and also slightly away from me. So I'm sort of looking at it at an angle and bouncing the light that way.
Okay. So you take out this shard and you sort of angle it with the light and you sort of look into a mirror shard. You see yourself. It's nice and warm. You look pretty normal. Sound is completely normal, and your flashlight has stopped stuttering.
That's super weird.
I will point out whoever's walking next to you, you can clearly see Scarlet looking at something in her hand, shining a light on it.
I probably would have stayed in the back after Courtney suggested to like stay in the back with the larger light source. Scarlet? This is like a loud hush whisper. What are you doing?
I just...
Put it away. Throw it away.
But look, all of the weird shit that's been happening, the like lack of sound and the lack of...
Don't worry,
and
Allie.
the like...
It'll be fine. Don't worry, Allie. It'll be fine.
See, Jack, whenever you said that, it was always right before you'd like give me a noogie or something, or like a wet willy, which is super gross. So I don't trust that. Like, ugh. But see, it's fine because look, like, okay, yeah, clearly the voices are still happening, but the sound's still here, and there's nothing happened when I looked at the mirror. Okay, there's
so
nothing.
Interesting point there.
Uh-huh.
The sound is not normal for Sarah.
Not normal in what regards? The
that weird blanket rippling, sometimes quiet effect. When Scarlet says the sound is normal, hasn't been normal in forever.
Everything
Like,
is
you can see Sonia walking ahead of you and you don't hear her footsteps. Scarlet does.
Nothing is fine. Scarlet doesn't.
Okay, well maybe it was them who smashed the mirrors, and maybe they're trying to hide. Like maybe they're making it easier, but with all the mirrors.
There's something completely wrong with the mirrors, Scarlet. I saw Jason in the mirror. He was behind me. And he's not here.
Well, I didn't see anything weird in the mirrors. I can hear everything, and it's not stuttering. So I don't.
It's stuttering right now.
No,
Scarlet,
it's not.
If everything's fine, why are you so stressed out?
I'm not stressed out. I'm not. It's just I'm trying to hold on to something sort of.
I'll
Ellie,
give you my
hold
hand.
on. Maybe think about.
Maybe hold
Jack,
on
I
to
can't-
literally anything but the mirror.
How about the tarot cards? What does the next card say?
Please roll me a conflict die.
Who's rolling a conflict
Just all
die?
of them.
Scarlet?
Scarlet, yes.
Okay.
That, my friends, is the devil.
How did you get that selfie of me?
I don't think you need to know what the devil means. However, in case you're curious, the devil, addiction, materialism, playfulness.
Isn't that like the second time you've pulled the devil? Isn't that the second
Nope.
time?
Nope, I have not pulled the devil. I pulled death earlier.
You did. That was for change, you know?
Death is fine. The devil is not.
Famous
so
last words.
I am tempted to burn my moment here.
How bad is it?
Anniek
Scarlet
says-
goes even louder into her protection, or, starts rattling out the protection spell. The time that was found, she crushes between her fingers and smells it because she remembered that time is supposed to help with breathing, and is supposed to help strengthen the lungs. She may not have her inhaler, but she has that. And yeah, we're gonna. She puts the dice down on the her Labradorite dice down on the ground, puts a little salt around it, and rolls the 1-1. No successes. No ones. No successes.
Okay. While you're having this conversation with Sarah, with Courtney and Sonia, standing around watching all of this happening, the louder you insist the sounds are fine, the halfway through your explanation of the devil card, sound resumes for everybody. Just in time to hear that annoying sound a light bulb makes when it burns out completely and all your lights go out. And that's where we'll take our break.
No, Anniek, no!
Yes, Anniek, yes.
Okay. All right. I guess we'll be right back. Everybody, wait.
Let's say about 10 minutes,
Yeah.
so people can have a breather. Get
Let
some extra
those
drinks.
candles burn for 10 minutes.
Love you all.
Bye.
Yeah,
This is
candles will
gonna
burn for
get
10
the
minutes. We can do
oxygen mask,
15
Jesus
if you
Christ.
prefer.
Nope.
Nope.
No.
That's fine.
All right.
10's fine.
All
10's
right.
great.
See you soon, guys.
Bye.
back. And first of all, for those of you who are watching, what the fuck? You know who you are.
Friends.
You know who you are.
They do know who they is. They're well aware, and we love them for it. At least I do.
I love you, but also...
Do you have a fuck you card here?
I don't know. Maybe you should make one.
That's the middle fingers for.
Look, darlings, you were yelling at me about break time because of those two wonky little candles at the back there and leaving them burning for an extra 10 minutes. So maybe we should get back into the game before those...
Next scene.
Hate it.
Hate it. Thanks, I love it.
Thanks.
All right, we will begin our truth setting phase. Also, a reminder for the viewers, if a candle goes out on its own, I describe how that scene ends and we carry on to the next one.
Sure do.
Sure do. These things are true. The world is dark. Now, who failed that conflict roll? Let me think really hard.
It would be me.
I think maybe it was Scarlet.
I think it was me.
I'm pretty sure it was you.
We found the path out of the woods.
Sarah.
We have one strong flashlight.
Courtney.
We have no medical supplies left.
Sonia.
You're muted.
Muted, or at least I can't hear you.
Nope, can't hear you.
Welcome to my world. Sucks, doesn't it? Oh, I can hear you giggling.
Right, Zoom is being a bit again. We do not know where we are.
Ah, that makes me the final one.
Oh, good.
You can see the golf resort in front of you.
And we
We're
are all
alive.
And we're alive.
I even gave you
I know.
You gave us a
At least
countdown.
we
He even did not. No, it's
and
just
you
one day.
failed.
I was muted.
Does that mean you're technically dead if you say we're alive and you're muted? I
Nope.
don't think there's.
Nope.
I don't think it's in the rule book because they don't assume you play this over Zoom.
Nope.
Courtney didn't make it out of the woods.
Courtney's fine. It's as Slopper
Everything's
said
fine.
before. It's better to be out of sync than dead.
True. Well, we'll get there eventually. So, you see the golf resort in front of you. You have absolutely no medical supplies. You have one strong flashlight that, despite its sturdy-looking exterior, is sort of blinking in time. In, you know, if you really pay attention to it, it seems to be almost like a slow heartbeat.
Don't like that.
I wonder if that's why I said it. And I'll be happy to hear what's going on.
All right. Let's keep going.
That
Well-
seems like a good idea, yes.
Yeah.
I just pulled the Hierophant.
Oh, could you
Isn't it
just
pronounced Hierophant?
Stop?
Sure.
Yes, let's focus on the pronunciation of the card instead of literally anything that would be useful. Thanks, ladies. Thanks.
Tradition, conformity, morality, and ethics.
You know what? Let's go.
Oh, of course, because now's the time to invoke Immanuel Kant.
Look,
Let's.
I'm just saying, it doesn't.
Yes, that's the problem.
I know.
Let's do something.
Like,
instead of
continue
saying,
forward. The resort is
Oh,
right
we're
there.
Continuing forward. I'm just saying, ethics is a slippery slope when the world is coming to an end.
The resort is right there.
Was that a threat?
If you are gonna keep talking, I'm gonna walk out without you. I have the light. Let's go.
Right
I'm
behind
right
you,
next
Mom.
to you.
What was that, Sonia? I didn't
I'm
hear you.
right next to you.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Let's go.
Okay. You walk up to the, well, in this case, sort of like half side of the golf resort. Getting out of these woods, you rejoin a rather large road that is sparkling brightly in the strong light of your amazingly well-functioning flashlight. I'm so glad you gave yourself a flashlight again.
Oh, good. I'm
It's
so
once
glad.
again like shining a light on a disco ball. The shards are reflecting little dots of light everywhere, throwing the most amazing patterns onto these like tastefully fake Art Deco walls of this golf resort. There's a little sign on the wall with an arrow pointing right that says reception, and there's a little arrow pointing left that says golf course 4.
Are we just kind of getting in and getting off the road?
I don't even think we went on the road. Yeah.
I mean, how else are we going to get through the... Are we going over the wall? I mean, did you see Sonia's ankle?
but I don't want to walk on the mirror road.
Oh no, who does? I'm just saying, what are the other options?
I wonder...
Oh, here we go.
We're in the dark plenty of times now. Brief moments granted, but... we never actually did get hurt, did we?
Not physically.
No.
No, we just had a lot of voices fucking with us, and that was in the light and without the light, so...
But I'm not about to start testing.
No,
Also-
no, you're right.
I don't know. That mirror didn't do shit, so I don't know what the problem is.
Speak for yourself.
The other part of that is it's really dark without the lights. It's not like we can keep going
And not
in
like
the darkness.
we can't see in the dark. This isn't like a D&D game like Jason plays all the time. We're not like an orc or something. Or an elf.
How do
Anyway.
you know I'm not an elf? I could be.
You don't have pointed ears.
For the love of
That's
God,
fair.
can we just
Yes, please.
Nerds!
Currently facing a very symbolic decision between walking the path of light or darkness. And in this case, all of the symbology is lost since we're probably going to die anyway. So, which way is it supposed to be? I can't choose since I am limited to one of those. I cannot climb.
The broadcast, did it say where they were going to be mooring the ship? Or the boat?
It said North Bay of the island. In general, on this island so far, you've noticed that the fancier the resort or hotel, the more likely it is that they have claimed a bay as part of their private terrain. So probably behind these walls.
They probably have a dock or something for water sports. I mean, even the other resort did. I would think that would be our best.
The walls, is there a gate of some sort, or is it just a wall?
You'd assume that if you follow the little sign that says reception, it'll take you to the gate.
I don't think we should go through the golf course. I think it's going to just take way too long, unless we can find another golf cart. Didn't we find keys?
To the other resort.
For an
Not
office.
here.
But security.
It was. It did work in the security office, so.
I
if
was
we're
also
lucky-
just thinking of taking a rock and bashing the lock in. We don't got time to play by the rules.
Look, I mean, I know this might sound weird coming from me, but why don't we walk the path of light instead of trying to go over the damn wall? I can't climb it. Sonia can't climb it.
All right, let's walk around the wall to the golf course and see if there's another gate. Or how far is reception, Anniek?
I don't know, Mare. Why don't we roll conflict and see which one of us gets to decide?
Wait, Sonia, isn't this your resort?
Yeah.
It's not
Isn't-
mine.
Okay, but you were staying
but
here.
No, she was staying in the
No.
rich part of
Oh.
Secret Basin. You
I
were in the
see.
poor part of
Interesting.
Secret Basin. Sonia was in the rich part of Secret Basin. I will make no jokes about her preference for water sports. So, Mare, we each have 5 die.
Love that. Not really.
I do.
I fuck that shit. Oh my god.
No.
No sixes. No
None
ones.
whatsoever. Beautiful. I have 2 6s. So I will narrate how this conflict feels for you.
Motherfucker.
I won't go the obvious way. Reception isn't that far, actually. Reception's fairly close by. The gates are wide open. There are a number of bloody handprints on them, pushing the gates outward. Reception has a beautiful, carved, decorated, covered in flowers, open set of doors. But what mainly attracts your attention as you shine your light across is that above, like that silly place where they keep all their printers and stuff, they have this lovely, long, landscape-oriented mirror that is partly fractured. It is uncovered. And you see 6 figures reflecting back at you for just a moment. And then they're gone.
Do we recognize any of them?
Nope.
Who are the extra 2?
One was kind of similar in stature to a person Sonia knows as Lara. And there was a rather strapping looking young man who would probably date an influencer.
Did you ever think we'd miss Robert? Because I really kind of miss Robert right about now.
I kind of miss Robert.
Yeah, me too. And he was kind of an asshole.
We need to go in there, do we?
Unless you want to go through the golf course.
Let's not waste any more time. I'm beginning to get tired of this. And I will
Yeah.
start walking towards the open gate.
Yeah. Right behind you.
Illusions. The moon.
Oh, shut up.
Scarlet, shut the fuck up.
Thank you.
It's an illusion.
I know. I know.
It's not real.
It doesn't stop
None
the
of this
hurt.
is real.
It doesn't stop
I
the hurt.
know. Look, I know.
Right, you continue walking into this resort. Perhaps a loaded or guided question. Do you walk in through the gates and do you follow the main road? Do you stop and look for things in reception?
I think we should try and find more lights.
I
Quickly.
don't know if that would help at this point.
I don't know if it would. We have one light and it's not going to last forever.
Just need it to last to the boat. If there's a boat. And if there's no boat, I don't know as it matters.
Let's hope there is a boat, unless... Well... Yes, let's get to searching.
Okay. Roll me a conflict roll to see what you find.
Not me.
I'm gonna do it. I still have all my shit. That's a dangerous sentence to say before rolling. That is 1 6 and no ones. That's either good or bad.
3 6s.
No!
It was bad.
The more dice you give me. I'm notorious for rolling high, guys. This is going to end real well.
Yep.
As you enter reception, once again you get one of those weird hiccups where it starts by being completely silent. This time you can't even hear your own breathing. The only thing you hear is like your heartbeat in your ears. And the more you walk in, and the more you're trying not to look at that mirror, the more you hear a second heartbeat, and then a third. And that light in Sarah's hand keeps flickering to the beat of those heartbeats that aren't yours. You find no supplies in this office.
Well, that was a waste of our time.
Make haste.
Yes.
Yes. Once again, leave reception. The further away you are from that large uncovered mirror, the quieter those other heartbeats become. They don't go away. They're now perpetually just under your skin and in your ears. And every time you think you stop hearing them, or one of your friends says something and briefly distracts you, it gets just a little bit louder, just enough to make you remember that you are most certainly not alone here.
I don't know about the rest of you all, but I would like to maybe keep some conversation going so we can try and ignore that.
Top 5 movies,
Yes.
go.
Breakfast Club? You next. I'm having a hard time thinking.
Ever After.
Sleeping Beauty. I know it's weird. Look, go with it. Maleficent rocks. It's fine.
I'm not really familiar with a lot of movies. None, to be precise. Do books count?
Sure.
Yeah, it's fine. We're not checking
go
work.
for it.
All right. I quite enjoyed Frankenstein.
That's a movie too, so it totally counts.
Oh, it is.
Terrible movie.
Unless it's Young
Well,
Frankenstein.
Yeah, again, yeah, that one rocks.
So as you're walking through this park, trying to distract yourself as you keep going, where do you go? Where does this road lead you? And whoever is trying to determine the direction in this super dark, completely unfamiliar park, please roll me a conflict roll.
Not
I
me.
believe Sonia would have kind of gone ahead now that she's gone ahead once.
All right.
Ooh, that's 1, 6, and no ones.
3 6s.
What the fuck?
And 2 2s. Alright. The distraction works very briefly every single time. A pleasant squabble about Frankenstein aside, the distraction works a little too well as you come across a cross sign that has a little sign that says reception with an arrow pointing in the direction you're traveling. A little sign that says Golf Course 4 pointing to the right. And a little sign that says beach that has no arrow because it's completely broken off. Oddly enough, there seems to be like a smear of blood on it.
Well, there goes that option.
Well, what other ideas do we have? Let's quickly brainstorm. This is fine. Broadcast several hours ago said they're going to try and get us towards the beach. The Coast Guard is going to try and send a boat. Broken sign towards the beach. Blood. Heartbeat. That is just way too fucking loud.
We're not talking about the heartbeat. Moving
Nope.
on.
You're right.
Maybe if we move towards the beach, all we'll hear is the waves, and then we won't hear the fucking heartbeat anymore.
Well, where is the beach then?
Well, how about in a direction that isn't pointing towards the other directions? I don't know. Maybe if we get
We
outside.
didn't grab a map, did we? We could have grabbed a map in reception and then maybe figured something out, but no.
We have a map of the island.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but this is the fancy resort. They have hallways for days.
This is not the fancy resort.
Why is it getting faster?
You have dice, right? Do you want to just roll a die? Scarlet?
Oh, yeah, I can roll. I mean, I don't know what the heck it's gonna do, but I can roll one.
And we'll see what direction we want to go. I don't know.
Pull out my fancy dice. Hold on. The one that I actually
kidding
have.
me?
Do you have a better idea? I'm waiting for suggestions.
I mean,
Okay, there's only 6 sides, which we can eliminate the side that we came from, and then 1 is north, 2 is east, 3 is...
I hate the fact that I don't have any better suggestions.
Which way did we come from? Which direction did we come from? Who knows which direction anything is right now, but fine. 1 we go straight, 2 we go left, 3 we go right, 4 we go straight.
1 and 2 left. 1 and 2 go
Yes.
left. 3 and 4 go straight. 5 and 6 go right.
Okay, whatever, just roll it.
Rolling. 3. Right.
Roll me a conflict die as
Straight.
well.
Straight. That's straight.
Oh, you're right. 3 is straight. Okay. Wait, how many dice do we have for conflict dice now? Are we still at 5?
I think you're still at 5 because there was a.
You haven't ended the
No.
scene. You just have narration rights.
You just had
Right.
as few 6s as you had 1s almost.
Y'all, I'm rolling. This is good.
This is bad. This is very fucking bad.
Oh,
is
hey!
great.
2 6s. No 1s.
Oh, you beat me.
Yes! Yes!
Damn it. All right. So, walking straight a little bit, what do you see and what happens?
Oh, God. We keep walking forward, and there are, like, we do see a few more trails of blood as we go through. In fact, that's what we're following. Because they're clearly escaping towards something. So we keep wandering, we keep heading straight, and we keep heading straight. And as we
should have stayed together.
as we keep going forward, the voices clearly come back. The heartbeat's still there, but we also start to hear the sound of waves crashing against the shore.
All right. You start to hear the sound of waves crashing against the shore.
I cannot believe that actually worked.
Look, man, if I hadn't burned my moment earlier, that would have been a great time to show them how my witchy would have been a great way to get my hope dice. Anyway, yeah, honestly, I'm a little surprised myself, but you know, the nature and chance work in very mysterious ways.
It's mostly
Alright.
cast in plastic in this case.
So, starting to hear the sound of candles, that sound of heartbeat stays with you. And as you're rounding this bend here, the sound of waves gets a little louder, but before you, in that annoyingly flickering light of that flashlight, there's another little sign that points roughly in the direction you're going that just says beach, 5 kilometers.
Maybe we should go back towards the golf course and I can try and hotwire another fucking golf cart.
5 kilometers aren't that bad. We can move on. 5 kilometers, we can make it. As long as we don't run.
That's 3 miles.
I want to go back.
I'm not going back.
All right, we'll just have to speed walk if we can. If not speed walk, we'll just go as fast as we can.
The sooner we get to the dock and the beach, maybe the sooner this fucking heartbeat will stop. Because it's...
If we're lucky.
Well, last time I checked, it was louder near the mirror. Maybe if you got rid of the mirror in your pocket, it would go down a bit.
Oh, you mean this mirror?
Yeah,
And
that
I just
fucking
went-
mirror. Let's keep going. Let's just keep walking.
Oh my
All
God,
right.
trusting Jack. I'm gonna look at the mirror and ask that.
Roll me a conflict roll.
Rolled 2 6s last time.
Famous last words.
True.
Sure are famous last words there.
God damn it. You're not allowed to roll any more conflict rolls.
Oh, she really is.
That's no successes and a 1.
Oh, nice. No successes whatsoever.
None.
None. Beautiful. That's beautiful. So, you take out this mirror and you ask Jack. What do you ask him exactly?
I ask him, which them? Them?
Okay.
Or them?
Okay. You ask this, looking in this mirror, this shard, this piece of glass that has been in your pocket all this time. The light from the one remaining torch is still beating in time with that heartbeat, and along with that light, there is a reflection of you, a reflection of Jack, a reflection of you, a reflection of Jack, a reflection of only Jack. And he smiles at you.
You got it, Anniek. You can do it.
That was too
Doesn't
powerful.
go out.
It won't go out! There it is! I'm trying not to hurt myself here.
Oh, life force.
I have candle wax on my fingers. I need you to feel bad for me.
Serves you right.
Never. I love candle wax on my fingers. I know this is shocking.
I'm in no way
Yes, it
surprised.
conceals fingerprints quite
Also
effectively,
true.
actually.
These things are true. The world is dark. Scarlet?
It's gone very quiet. We can't. Yeah.
Sarah.
We're in sight of the beach.
We don't see any other lights.
Sonia.
Torch illuminates the sand as it reflects back at us.
And we're alive.
You only get 4
And
truths,
we
guys.
are all alive.
And we are alive.
We're alive.
You are. The sand reflects back at you in the light of that torch. It isn't as crunchy or as gravelly as that road was. Patches of it reflect back brightly, and other patches reflect back in the way that a pool of wet blood would. And yet it's sand. You see many docks, most of them completely empty, some of them partly broken. The torch does not illuminate far enough to see the end of all the large docks that go all the way across this bay. And the sound of the waves rises and falls with the flickering of the torch.
Where to?
There is a possibility of the ship not being here. And I need each and every single one of you to mentally prepare yourselves for that. If it's not there, we're going to try something different. We will not give up. Is that clear?
And what might something different be?
We'll figure that out then.
Mentally prepare for disappointment, but not for a plan. Okay,
Check. Got it.
I can agree to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. Where do you go?
Let's go and see if there's a ship.
Yeah.
Alright, so you arrived at roughly the deepest point of this bay, and there's basically a left prong and a right prong that, like, sort of hug the water into the bay. The waves reflect the torchlight not nearly as much as the sand does. And I'm gonna need you to tell me if you're going left or right.
Last time you went left. That didn't end well. So let's go right.
Frankly, I don't care. I'm fine with right.
6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Exactly.
You go right. Roll me a conflict roll. See what you find.
Sonia, since you suggested it.
Sonia.
Oh no. That is A1. I will burn a trait for this. Which is Sonia. I will move along and very slowly and carefully, inch by inch, begin to examine our surroundings, being wary of anything and everything. Not in a way that hinders us, but in a way that keeps us safe. So
So you're burning careful.
yes, I'm burning careful. Which is quite a sentence. Well, that's a 3, which isn't a 1, but also not a 6.
Alright, so no 1s and no 6s?
Yep.
So you're taking the time to carefully move ahead on this beach. Again, trying to ignore that the reflections in the sand and your shadows sometimes almost seem to go hand in hand. And I don't mean it metaphorically. I mean, it sometimes looks like they're literally holding hands. As you keep walking along these docks, you see just upturned and broken water skis. There's debris washing up on these shores. There's all kinds of stuff people take to the beach when they're going to have a nice day. It's all being heaped up together by what's left of the tides. And as you reach the largest dock on the right side of this bay, you see a fishing boat just floating there. Somehow doesn't reflect any light whatsoever. It's like it's painted in this matte black that sort of seems to absorb light into it.
Lara's scared too. Lara's scared too.
Sonia?
Now, I believe there were no successes.
Did you hear that, Sonia?
These things are true. The world is dark. Sonia.
We see shapes moving on the ship.
You're pretty sure that voice came from the end of that dock. Scarlet.
There's an inflatable raft at the end of the dock.
And we're alive. I know the broadcast said that the Coast Guard would be sending a ship, but there's no way they'd send just a boat. Is this like a small boat, like a rowboat, or bigger?
Has a nice engine and enough room to throw some big nets out. It's hard to tell from just
the light of that one torch you still have, and the fact that it doesn't reflect the light properly makes it very difficult to recognize shapes. Like, our brains don't. We think we see everything very clearly, but we see like shit, and our brains are taught over many years to make sense of things even when they necessarily don't. We work on pattern recognition and we work on things that are familiar. Nothing here is at all familiar to you. You see waves lapping on the sand and you don't hear them.
And we see. I know we see the ship. The light should not make it all the way, but we see the ship and we see stuff on it. And I don't know how I feel about going over there.
If it...
What'd you draw, Scarlet?
The star reversed. Faithlessness, discouragement, insecurity.
Thanks, tarot cards. Fucking thanks.
Yup.
Something to start a fire with.
You're not burning my cards.
Well, there's...
Sorry.
Are the docks made out of wood?
Yes. They look properly tarred, though.
Okay.
I mean, this is what we came for, right? Was a ship. We have a
Check it out.
boat, at least.
I was hoping to see actual people and not like weird reflections, but
Yeah, if you've seen... Our shadows have been fucked up this, like, the entire walk to this resort.
Yeah, well aware, thank
Nothing
you.
has happened to us. I don't know how much of this is actual physical danger and how much of it is mind games.
I mean, one bleeds into the other, right?
True.
Not to mention...
Thing is,
Yeah.
if the Coast Guard really sent a ship, and they were aware of the reflection, it would make sense to paint a ship in a code that wouldn't reflect.
Yeah, but if you look, that's not a Coast Guard ship. There's, like, levers and stuff for nets to throw out for fishing. That's not a Coast Guard ship. The Coast Guard don't fish.
I
like,
mean,
a boat's a boat.
if you're trying to
Yes.
evacuate people, you use what you have, right? Like, you can't just fit everyone on one Coast Guard ship.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Well, I would be rather encouraged by this. Seems they're using everything at their disposal. Anyway, we still have to get to it. Unless, of course, you would just want to stay here.
No, no, no.
I thought so.
What are you gonna do, guys?
Came here for a ship. We should get a ship.
Head to the end of the dock.
Alright.
Yeah.
It's a raft, yes.
One of you may roll me a conflict roll to see what you find on these docks. Or see if I get to see what you find on these docks.
Who wants to do it?
Not
I mean,
me.
if you want to, I can. I still have a trade.
So, Courtney, you or me?
I'll forgive you the metagaming, because now's the time to pull out all the tricks you still have left. That back candle is flickering a little. I don't know if you noticed.
Anniek.
I hate you.
It might be
Aware.
because I'm taking a card and sort of flapping over it.
Stop,
a little
Anniek.
bit.
Anniek.
Courtney, you or me? Courtney, you or me?
Anniek, I'll go.
Okay.
I'll go. I'm. 1-6, no failures.
3 sixes. But you don't extinguish a candle. Look, I have 7 dice, okay? It's a lot more likely I'm gonna roll well. So, you're walking, and you're walking. And these docks, you feel the boards give way under your feet, but you don't hear them creaking. Those shapes you saw on the ship earlier, every time the torch shines towards this ship, it sort of catches them, and again they sort of elongate. Like, these are shadows from almost sunset levels of sunlight, where they're just long and long and long.
mainly seems to be their limbs that are stretching as you're walking closer. And as you shine your light forward, somehow you're also throwing shadows of your group behind you. And they're just not quite right. You reach the ship. It is a fishing boat. Up close. Again, it doesn't reflect quite right, but it's not as all-consuming darkness as you thought it would be as you were approaching. It is bobbing gently on the water, and it appears to be empty.
I'll go first. We came here for a boat. By damn, we're gonna get a boat.
Alright.
This might be a weird question to ask at this point, but can anyone here drive a boat?
If none of us can't, does it really matter?
Well, as long as we can start it and not run into anything, I think we're okay.
You've never, like, driven a yacht or something, Miss Fancy Pants?
Well, that's different. I wasn't quite paying attention. It was more of a bribe from my father. Well, anyway.
I'm sure between the four of us, we can figure something out.
Oh well.
Sonia, is that you? Are you there?
Sarah's entered the boat using the fairly sturdy-looking gangplank that's provided. Sarah, could you please make me a conflict roll to see what you find on this boat?
Motherfucker.
I'm gonna take all these insults and store them in my happy place.
No.
I got 2 6s. No ones.
Oh, I dropped a die! Oh no.
No ones, thankfully.
I have a giant bag of dice, I'll grab another one. I have 4 6s.
What the hell?
And the rest are all 4s.
Great. Cool.
Cool.
So,
Love that.
I never use these die because they roll horribly, but I might have to actually, put them back into general rotation. So as Sarah enters this boat, it looks fairly normal. You walk around on the deck, shining your light around, until at some point your foot kind of slips and you stumble and you fall to one knee, and that wonderful, wonderful flashlight you had clatters away from you over the railing and into the water.
Shit! Fuck!
I light a match.
What did you
I'm
do?
I'm so sorry. I slipped and it flew out of my hands. I'm so sorry.
Trying to scrabble back up a little, whatever it is you slipped on, it's kind of, now that your hands are in it, it's kind of sticky and sort of gooey, and it smells very coppery. Sonia, you lit a match.
I'm just wiping my hands on my pants, my shirt. Nope.
What did you just slip on?
Are you okay?
I'm no, but we're not gonna think about that. We're gonna try and figure something out on here.
None of us are okay. She dropped the fucking flashlight and now it's gone. And also, like,
Well, an open wound would be a whole different story, wouldn't it?
There has to be a flashlight somewhere on this, or something, a light source on this boat. Boats have that, right?
Yeah.
Should have that. Hey,
Well, I have half a box of matches left. We might want to move, and quickly, and...
Yeah. Let's go.
okay.
where have the voices been coming from?
Pretty much right inside your ear. Or really far away. Or somewhere in that space in between the heartbeat and the waves.
Oh god.
I
So you're
regret
looking
asking
for
that.
light. Can I please get a conflict roll?
Cool.
I only ask out of courtesy.
That's a 6 and a 1. I have a trait to burn.
I have 2 6s. If you can make that one a 6,
He still gets
for
narration
you.
rights, but we don't lose the dice.
yes, you keep a die extra for the rest of the scene. Or you just give it all to me again.
So, as we're searching, I just keep making these really snide remarks, these really mean things that all have this just tiny, tiny bit of truth to them. Like, why are you searching over there? Over there's obviously a much better place. And it's right, but god damn it. Come on. 6! It's still a tie. That's a nice gesture. Thank you, guys.
You may burn the trait Catty.
Get it right up in your face. Show everybody what you're burning.
So the rest of you, your nerves are, honestly, if we're gonna look at things a little up close, your nerves are pretty frazzled. A lot of you are barely hanging on. Scarlet's full of bluster because she's seconds from breaking. Courtney is, just sticking with her lentils because she doesn't know what else to do. Sarah is just, despite what happened earlier, I think Sarah might still be hoping for a sign from Jason or anything about Jason. And at this point, Sonia is just digging at every last nerve you have. Sonia is being, honestly, quite awful.
She's being a bitch.
And since Sonia's the only one with even the lightest bit of light, you're kinda gonna have to put up with it. Because on this whole entire boat, you don't find a single light source. You do, at the front deck, find a trapdoor that leads down into the hold. That is padlocked shut for some reason.
You still on about that lock shattering plan?
Well, if you can find something that can shatter a lock, I can, in the meantime, maybe try and break the mechanism inside. I don't have lockpicks or anything that resembles a lockpick, but I got this. Maybe I can try and shatter it just enough so we can open it.
Maybe while
Sonia,
we
your
do,
first match burns out.
maybe while we do that, we could look for things to burn. Like, I don't know.
Don't you have that whiskey still, Scarlet?
Oh, yeah. I do have the whiskey still.
Maybe I'll take a fucking sip and then
That's
light something on fire.
Courtney will rip the bottom part of her shirt.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, I'm taking a sip too.
Yep. Swig of the
All right.
whiskey.
I mean, it's the end of the world. If there's any point in time to share a bottle of whiskey and germs, what better time than now?
Yeah, basically.
So you're getting yourselves all set up.
Passing it
Break
around.
into
till
this
it gets-
cargo hold.
Ugh.
Look, I only have so many clothes on. We should probably find something else. Rope or...
Is there a net that we can use to set on fire from the fishing boat?
Match gone. And yes, I am timing them by burning actual
Nice,
matches.
another one. I
Hate
would do that,
this.
but it's going to smell terribly in here.
I absolutely love the smell of matches and candles blowing out.
Anniek, but answer the question, is there rope from the nets that we can use to set on fire?
You can find something that can serve as rope.
In the meantime, can I try breaking into... Wait, go ahead. Sonia?
You are still going to do that breaking plan. You might want to use one of these instead. And she gives you one of these sturdy kitchen knives that I still have with me.
You know what? I'll use whatever I have at my fucking disposal.
Mm-hmm.
And I will go through the list. If this doesn't work, I will go to the knife. If the knife doesn't work, I'll try to find something hard and just break it.
All right.
Did you know master locks are actually really shitty locks in terms of lockpicking?
I did know, but that's because my brother is obsessed with some lockpicking YouTube channel.
Lockpicking lawyer, who's actually a really good lockpicker.
That's the one.
Mago's really obsessed with him too.
There's a nice little shout out for some YouTube celebrities. Can I get a conflict roll to see how this whole breaking and entering goes? So I'm gonna write down another match.
Also point out that the matches would also be burning things that would burn a little bit longer than matches.
You could. Might want to have a word with Sonia.
Where's that rope? Or that... You know what? I said not to burn my cards, but... Fuck it.
Thank you. Maybe later, however, paper doesn't burn quite as well as a rope, and we're on a ship. There must be something.
So I got
Sarah, how are you going with that lock?
I got a 2, a 2, and a 5.
No successes. That is unfortunate for you guys.
Fuck you, dice.
Alright. So, as you're using this sturdy kitchen knife to deal with this lock, behind you, Scarlet and Sonia are discussing how best to burn things. Talking about burning the rope you were going to use to climb down. And your common sense briefly kicks in as you realize, no, you were going to use the rope, you probably shouldn't burn it. And you half turn to try and talk some sense into them. And as you're doing this, some of the light from the match glints off of the knife in your hand. You look down, you see Jason's face. The knife slips, and you cut your hand deep.
Fuck!
Like
Ow!
Seeing a tendon deep.
Oh, fuck! Ow!
These things are true. The world is dark. Sarah, you get to start.
In my panic, the lock did break.
Courtney.
We find some broken wooden crates.
And we are alive.
And we're alive.
Right. You found some broken wooden crates in the hold of the ship.
Can we
Sarah
light a fire
is-
with them?
I will point out one possibly interesting thing. This heartbeat is still going. The waves are still quiet. Sonia is still lighting matches. The blood on Sarah's hand. Like, she didn't hit some giant artery. We're not talking like squirting. This isn't gore horror. What is interesting is that it seems to be sort of gushing out of this wound a little harder in time with that heartbeat.
Nope.
Maybe we should...
I am definitely putting pressure on it. I am.
Yeah. How attached are you to your shirt? Because
I'm not.
Okay, let's wrap that.
Yeah, let's
at
wrap
least.
that. Decency is out the window. It's the fucking end of the world. I'm fine with just being in a bra. It's fine.
The world reversed. Incompletion. No closure.
No
Shut
clothes, I think.
Up.
Yeah, so I'm definitely
Look,
using my shirt as a bandage.
I really, you know what? You're right, Sonia. I should stop because this is just getting more and more depressing. I wasn't pulling reverse cards to start, and now they're all reversed, and now it's freaking me out.
Okay, I thought we were burning them.
That's right.
Just burn
We
them.
are
We've
burning
got some
them.
crates here.
The
Why not
crates will
both?
last longer.
Why not both?
the paper
Yes, we
will
can use
probably
the-
help light them.
Please.
Yes, fire
Please,
starters.
no. Stop. Anything. Anything. Stop. Stop.
What the fuck?
Well, that is something else than the usual ones we've been hearing so far.
I don't know what to stop.
God, your fiance's whiny.
It's not my fiance.
Boyfriend, whatever.
Let's just go into the hold, see what we can find. Maybe we can find we can get this thing started. I don't know. The sooner we get the fuck out, the better.
Get the fuck out of where? This is our goal. This is where we were coming.
Was to a boat. Can the
That was our
boat
first
start?
step.
We have
One
to
step
get
after another, remember?
Yep, there's a plan.
I know
Go ahead.
Sorry, go on. I know a bit about boats. Well, their engine specifically. I found it interesting for a while, but maybe I can do something. I don't know. See if it's still going. See where the fuck it is, actually.
Yeah, we'll just...
Mr. Hoping.
Alright. Is your shitty brother shut up?
So you're going
Okay.
for keys
Yeah.
somewhere.
If anything, I'll try and hotwire this. It's a little different than a car, but we don't got a lot of choices.
We don't have a lot of choices.
Nope.
Hey, I need some help over here. Hello?
Oh, shut up.
So when you're hotwiring a boat, where do you go?
Well, you gotta drive up top, right? Or somewhere, I don't know.
I presume the cockpit.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's called a cockpit.
I don't know if it's...
I have no idea
boats.
about boats.
Hey Sonia, roll me a conflict roll and see if you have a cockpit nearby. Let's find out, shall we?
Curse me like big man. Oh, that's a 3 and a 2. How does this moment thing work?
You have to have ones.
Okay. Continue.
You do. You can re-roll ones, but you don't have any. So, me and Mesix get to describe how... I mean, yes, of course this boat has a cockpit. Pretty sure that's not technically what it's called on a fairly cheap fishing ship. And you can even enter this cockpit. I'm gonna ignore that brainwave because I have narration rights. You find the cockpit. You find what is used to steer a ship. You also find a fuel gauge that is completely empty.
Fuck.
Now, if I remember correctly, there were no successes in that roll. Welcome to the last stand. These things are true. The world is dark.
And we found the ship's storage room.
And we're alive.
So, having had to conclude, this boat isn't going anywhere unless you want to row it. You're all together in the ship's storage room.
And we're alive still.
That you are.
So what's the game
Oh,
plan?
this is good. This is great.
It's a storage room. Scarlet, calm the fuck down.
No, it's fine. It's the fool reversed. Recklessness taken advantage of.
Sonia, if you don't take those cards, I'm going to.
Yes, please. I am going to. Pardon me. I'm getting to burn these cards right now.
I'm gonna take one last card and hand the rest over. Before I hand, Scarlet is taking one last card before handing them over to Sonia, but without looking at it.
Right, and whoosh they go.
What's the game plan?
Actually, I was about to ask Sonia to roll me a conflict roll to see what you see in the bright light that suddenly flares up into this small storage room as you create more light than you have in hours.
That's a 3.
Alright. So now that we've entered the last stand, a failed conflict roll does not result in a candle being extinguished until the very last character. Instead, it results in the unfortunate end of the character. So Sonia, as you take this tarot card from Scarlet and set it on fire, getting in general just fed up with the voices and with the darkness, with this heartbeat, with these waves that refuse to make the sound they're supposed to make. And how very dare they? Don't they know who you are? The moment this this tarot card flares, you see Lara. A little different than normal. You know how when you see your reflection and you're perfectly used to it and suddenly it's flipped and your brain takes a second to catch up to the fact that everything is just the wrong way around? Lara is just the wrong way around. And in the light of this tarot card, you notice that someone, while searching this room, has knocked a blanket off of the mirror over the sink. And as you're looking, Lara just extends her hand to you, pulls you into this mirror.
Do we see this?
No. You see the tarot card flare, you see it fall to the floor, and you see it burning up.
And Sonia's gone.
Sonia's gone.
What the fuck? Where the hell did Sonia go?
They took her.
Oh,
But
They've
how?
been coming for us the whole time.
But how? What? Fuck.
I'm gonna take out the mirror shard that I've been carrying, looking at it directly.
You still have that?
I will point out that Sonia lit one tarot card and it fell to the deck burning, and it extinguishes as you grab that shard and you're in complete darkness.
Mm-hmm.
However, you do see a glint of light on the edge of that mirror. Please roll me a conflict roll and find out what you see.
Whoever's nearby, I wanna grab your hands.
It'd be me. I'd grab back.
A 1.
Oh, one indeed.
I was gonna say, did you wanna roll that?
Do you want
I
to
burned a
re-roll
brink.
that?
I would love to get to my brink.
Please tell me what happens as you go over the edge, as Scarlet has finally been pushed too far.
I'm talking directly to the mirror.
Alright.
We made a fucking deal. Okay? And you went back on it. So you know what? Fuck you. Fuck this whole thing. I smash the mirror the smash of the shard of the mirror, and I take my fist and punch the mirror that got uncovered with shards stuck in my hand.
All right.
And I hold out the last tarot card that I kept from Sonia, which is the Tower.
Nice.
Destruction.
Destruction indeed. All right. You may re-roll that one.
The 3.
A 3. That is still a failure.
I know.
You hold that tower card in your fist along with the shards as you punch that mirror. Again, it is very dark on this ship, especially in this storage room. But what Sarah and Courtney see as Scarlet moves towards that mirror and makes that punching motion, there is another Scarlet in that mirror, and it just stands there. And sort of half in front of her is a man, a boy, I guess a man. Scarlet's an adult. Clearly family, like just judging from facial structure, most likely her older brother. And as Scarlet is aiming for this mirror Scarlet takes out a similar looking mirror shard to what she's been carrying, cuts Jack's throat, and the second Scarlet's fists connect with this mirror. Scarlet herself shatters into tiny bits of glass, very similar to what you saw on the road coming here.
Courtney, let's get out of here.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's go. Fuck the lights. Let's get out of here.
Let's try and back out of the room by feel.
Yeah. As we can try and get up to the deck, out of here.
Not letting go of Sarah's
hand. No. I'm latched onto you.
Hand in hand, you stumble up these stairs. You're running into all kinds of things. Your shins are taking a beating. Sarah's knee, already hurt, is bleeding. Your hand is still bleeding, and Sarah, you're getting lightheaded. That cut from before, that cut in your hand, it's soaked through the shirt. It's starting to make this drip sound on the deck as you're running. But you're on the deck. You have no light source. Where do you go?
There was a rowboat. There was an inflatable raft.
Yes.
Do we want to?
We could. I don't know where we're going in the dark. I don't.
Away from mirrors.
Be here. Perfect. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's just do it.
Okay.
All right. You run off this gangplank back onto the docks. You feel them moving under your feet. You still don't hear them creaking. The waves are not reflecting any light, but they seem to be different shades of darkness somehow as you're running, just barreling along hand in hand across this dock. One of you may make me a conflict roll and tell me what happens as you're approaching the end of this piece of tarred wood as it sticks out into the water.
You or me, Courtney? I'll do it. I am pushing you ahead of me to try and get, as I'm stumbling from my blood loss, to get you onto that boat.
I'm still holding your hand.
I'm pushing you, but we're still together. That is a single 6.
I too have a single 6. So you have a success, but I get to narrate. You're basically shoving Courtney ahead of you. Mom instincts kicking in, ignoring just how woozy you are starting to feel. And at the end of this dock, there is, in fact, an inflatable raft. I will even tell you it has one of those little LED lights that's going to give you a deep red light so they don't ruin your night vision. Has a little whistle, has some rations. It's bobbing up and down in the water.
Get on.
I'll get on. Come on.
Yep. I guess we both have a row. Untie ourselves from the dock.
Yeah.
Go out to sea.
Okay. You start rowing out. Sarah, please make me another conflict roll. How does this work with your hand, with your blood loss, with your painful legs, with the knowledge that people who piss off whatever's in that mirror, like Jason, tend to shatter into pieces?
Honestly, it fucking hurts. And I'm ignoring everything. It's a full-on panic, full steam ahead type of effort. Don't give a shit. That is another 6.
Another 6. You're paddling like crazy, but you're just gritting your teeth. You're focusing on everything that isn't the pain you're feeling. You are paddling ahead. Do you have a direction? Do you have a goal? Do you have an aim? Do you know where you're going?
Is there a compass? Away. Is there a compass in the boat?
There is.
Do you remember which direction the mainland was from the island?
Do I? Honestly, knowing Courtney,
No, I mean it's
you know all the good Instagram accounts to follow.
It's north out of the bay. I don't know after that.
Let's just go north then.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
No, you have nothing to be sorry for. We tried. We fucking tried.
I wish your son was here instead of me. I don't know if he would know how to get home either, but at least you'd be together.
Well, I could say the same for your Cameron, but
no, I've
how about we all just accept the fact that we've done shitty stuff and at least we have each other?
Yeah.
I think I stopped rowing at this point.
Sarah, as you're saying, at least we have each other, I mentioned that little red light aboard the boat. You look at each other in this moment. You say, at least we have each other. And then you count the shadows. Please make me a conflict roll.
That is a 1, but I would like to try and re-roll my vice.
Please do.
I think as we see shadows, I am going to throw myself in front of Courtney and put my body between the two of us, between them and her.
Okay.
There goes foolhardy.
I mean, that's fair.
Nope, that is a 3.
That is a 3. So you throw your body in front of Courtney, because as you're counting these shadows, you realize that there isn't 2 shadows, there's 3. And that one shadow, it doesn't have the posture or the hair or any of the characteristics of either one of you. It does have the same haircut, the same body language, the same way of moving in that teenage, I'm being nonchalant because I actually care way too much kind of way that you know Jason does when he's bothered by something, but he's thinking that he's a teenage boy and he can't show these things to you because you're his mom and he needs to take care of you. And as you recognize this silhouette, as you recognize who is throwing that shadow aboard this boat behind you, in front of you.
No, Mom.
You just keep hearing him. It's not stopping at all. And you have a choice to make. Either you join him and you help him, or you stay with Courtney. You know that if you jump into this water right now, at least you'll be with Jason.
I can't burn my brink. I didn't have a 1. want to stay with Courtney. Because it's too late for him. I can't do anything. I think he's gone.
The voice gets louder and more insistent. It is not giving you a break. It's not giving you peace. And that shadow is reaching out to you. Its arms are outstretched. And Courtney, you see this shadow move. And you see it embrace Sarah and pull her down into the darkness. Deeper and deeper into the black. And it's very, very quiet. And Courtney, you're alone. It's just you on this raft right now. You, that little red light, and too many shadows. You see no boat.
How many shadows?
2.
I'm going to stop rowing and just sit for a minute.
That second shadow, it looks like Sarah's shadow got left behind. And it sort of puts an arm around your shadow as you're sitting here quietly.
All right. She's going to start opening ration packets and just kind of start tossing stuff into the water. Not everything, just a little bit while she thinks.
You hear the crinkling sounds of these wrappers as you open them. And they have that annoying silver foil on the inside that reflects that red light back and forth and back and forth. And there's just all these little red dancing lights all over you.
At least it's pretty. Something should still be pretty. She knows it's not a good idea, but she'll turn the wrappers to catch the light.
Alright. So turn the wrappers to catch these shining red lights. You start seeing, oddly enough, not necessarily figures. Although you do have the feeling that one of the shapes might have been Cameron. But you see pieces of memories. You see your most liked Instagram post. You see that one post on Facebook that nearly got removed because your bikini was just a little extra. You remember the intense talk your mom had with you over posting that. You remember Cameron getting just a little too jealous. You remember how those days were full of sunshine and light. And right now it's just you on this boat. In the dark. With no sound. Until you hear behind you a very quiet. It's not Cameron's voice, but it's familiar. It's probably family. And they're really just asking you to join them. Why not give up? Why not give in? It's the point in hope. There's nothing left. Who's gonna like your Instagram post when the world is dark? Who's gonna give you a free stay in a resort where there's only night?
But I'm scared. And I don't know what to do.
You
And
see
I don't.
this. You see the shadow that is probably not Sarah. Move. Reach out a hand to you. You just have to come dance with us.
I don't want to. I
Please
want to
make me a
go
co-
home.
Please make me a conflict roll.
That's a 4.
Alright. I have a few more 6s than that. So as you're crying, as all you want is to go home, this shadow holds out a hand to you. And when you don't take it, they grasp you by the wrists. They pull you up. And they start dancing with you. Off of the raft and into the waters. All that you see is complete darkness. And with that, with the last of our survivors being forced to join them in wherever they are, doing whatever they want, I can tell you now that this story repeats across the world. They are everywhere. Until there is no everywhere left. These things are true. The world is dark. Thank you for playing with us, and thank you for watching us. Alright. If everyone is remotely okay, I think we're good for sign-offs. Yeah, we all doing okay? Deep breaths. Everyone in the audience okay? It's always alright to take a break. You may have seen our little Greek cards that we used to check in when it gets a little heavy. That's what you get for playing horror games. Alright. My darling players, thank you for joining me on this. Alright, let's do sign-offs in the order you died. Swapper.
So, I am Swapper. I have played Sonia. And what's another thing? Oh yeah, right. You can find me on Twitter under @GreatSimplicity. I am currently doing nothing, but maybe I have some weird thoughts. There will be something in Extra Life, which is on the 7th of November, which I'm doing with Anniek. A little talk show called Vermosum, during which we build one-shots and stay on topic. We promise. We will definitely do that. And we have some wonderful guests to aid us in that. I can also be found, I'm just going to steal most of Anniek's stuff here, on Wednesdays on the Obey channel, where I'm playing with Anniek and Lady Dane. I am playing a disaster. It's a disaster.
God, you're just so angry all the time.
They need to get it out of the system, really. Apart from that, I have no concrete announcements yet, but I believe there will be something on this channel featuring Eva and me in a while, so keep an eye out for that. My favourite moment of the session was a very large moment. It was, of course, the moment in which he started killing us all. The murder just makes my heart.
Thank you, Swapper. Now,
Well,
the next one we lost.
That's me.
Lady Dame.
hi everybody. I'm Lady Dame. You can find me at the Lady Dame pretty much everywhere that's important on the internet. Let's see. Stuff that I'm doing. I am also in the Uncaged game on Wednesdays on Open for Adventure, playing the sweetest tiefling ever. I'm also going to be in two shows on Extra Life. One is going to be the one shot that Anniek is running, where we try and rescue a corgi. That's going to be the first thing off. We're kicking it off. And then I'm also going to be part of the character talk show. If you are curious about how to up your character voice game, come hang out with me and some rather fabulous people as well. Other than that, I stream on my own channel. A couple of days, follow me on Twitter for the schedule. I'm going to have a new schedule posted for November. That's going to be great fun. Also some really fun stuff planned actually with a couple of really cool people. And I think that's it for stuff that I'm doing. My favorite part though was all the creepy voices that all of our wonderful friends did for us. Like, it was hard to focus on playing. Oh no,
Anniek.
It was hard to.
My Zoom quit unexpectedly.
It's fine. I'll fix it.
Briefly describe what happened.
But I want to, special huge shout out to Anniek for arranging that, and also I believe, if I remember correctly, Rakalai, Graham Crackers, the Fish Boy, and Dax Sarah for doing all of those crazy voices of our friends and relatives, and definitely wasn't at all heartbreaking.
It was great.
Terrifying. It was
amazing. And in some cases entirely last minute, as in I sent them lines while we were playing and I got the files back while we were playing.
It was so good.
Thank you. All right. Second to last one standing. There.
Hi, I'm Mare. I did play Sarah. You can find me on Twitter at Archmage of Dice. On Saturday nights starting at 8:30 Eastern, you can find me on Open for Adventure playing in the Numenera campaign, playing Lictum Bradisby. We are on a short hiatus due to Extra Life and just real life stuff right now, but we will be returning on November 14th. I will also be running a murder mystery one-shot on my channel this coming Friday, the 30th, starting at 7:30 Eastern. I think that's it. I don't think I'm missing anything this time.
Favorite part of the game?
Oh, favorite part. I'm going to do a two-parter because I can, because I want to.
Sure, flaunt the rules.
Yeah, why
That's
not?
what I did.
I love the Brink reveal for Scarlet because the Brink was given by them. And also the whole ending scene with Eva because I knew Eva was going to fucking crush it.
So good. Speaking of the ending scene, Eva, you okay? You good to go?
Hi, it's me, Eva, who apparently just cries now during all the games.
Sorry.
It's fine. We cool. I'm Eva.
Because I'm not really sorry.
Yeah, I know you're not. Absolutely in no way sorry. I'm Eva. This is my channel, so I don't need to chart you here. You've already found it. It's evaserrate, like eviscerate. Surprise to a lot of you, apparently. I don't have a command in my own channel. That's hilarious.
Get on that.
Socials will give you my probably Twitter, maybe Instagram, where I don't have influencer status, which is fine by me. I am also in Extra Life in one of the afternoon games that starts at 3 p.m. Central Time. What do you mean? Oh,
I forgot.
right.
I forgot.
Yeah, I'm in that game with Mare, so that's fine. We'll be there. It's cool. What else? Also the murder mystery train game on Friday, where I will almost assuredly not be crying.
Mare, that's a dare. That was a dare if I ever heard one.
I don't know. There's a lot of great players. It might happen.
my
Who
life.
knows?
Also, in not still being finalized game with Swapper. I think we're still working on the channel details for that one, but we'll be somewhere, and you will obviously know about it. I thought there was something else. Maybe not. But I will probably cry on that one too, because have you met Swapper? Anyway, my favorite part was everything was so good. But the woods voices reveals, like, that was extremely evocative and horrifying, and like the shadowy figure in the distance and all that was fucking all of like Anniek's lines were just like so good. But yep. Love you all.
Thank you. My name is Anniek. You can find me on Twitter at Anniekster. It's somewhere under here, so you know how to spell this horrible Dutch name. I am running Uncaged on Wednesdays on the Open for Adventure channel. It started remotely wholesome, and suddenly that took a left turn into horror last week as well. I seem to have a theme going. I mean, it's spooky month, so, you know, more horror on Wednesdays, at least for the next few weeks. Open for Adventure is also doing Extra Life, where I do indeed start the day much earlier than I wanted to, thanks to daylight savings, with having a low horror, completely ludicrous game where my players have to go save a corgi from a death zone before he pulls all the cards out of his deck of many things. You can donate to make him draw cards for my players and watch what happens. In addition, I will be running the Lorem Ipsum little talk show with Swapper, where we're making one-shots and talking with our guests. And again, speaking of donations, so Swapper and I cannot stay on topic to save our lives. We've tried. It is horrible. We cannot. If you donate, we have to stay on topic for a certain amount of time.
So?
It's gonna be so bad. We're so fucked.
Especially with some of your guests, you're not staying on topic.
Yeah. No, one of our guests is Graham, who's currently in chat, and our other guest, I think I'm at the point where I can start saying it because she's already confirmed like twice.
Good.
We have her overlay.
Promote.
We're getting Persephoroth from.
Yeah.
Well, she was on Critter Hug. She was on Dark Matter with us. She does fast times at D&D High, and she's amazing. She's snarky. And she can stay on topic as well as Swapper and I can. So donate and watch us suffer while we try to talk about the same thing for longer than 10 seconds. And in between, we're building one-shots that you can also influence by donating money. It's gonna be such a mess. I'm so excited for it. I've never stayed on topic with Swapper, I think, ever.
2 hours of chaos.
Oh, yes. It's going to be great. It's going to be lots of fun. And I think, shockingly, that actually concludes what I'm doing online. I don't stream my own stuff because technology scares me, even though I work in IT. So, you know, if you're looking for like a player or a DM on a different channel, and you like what you saw today, because I understand that horror and mind games isn't necessarily everyone's speed, but if you want me to mess with your mind, hit me up. Send me a DM. Or, you know, pigeon, whatever works. I think that covers everything. So we're going to go... Oh, no, wait, my favorite part of the game. Oh, but there were so many good ones.
Break the rules. Give 2.
Oh, no. If I already broke all the rules today, I think it's fair to say I have a very shaky grasp on the rule set for 10 candles. Also, I once just threw out the rules because I needed to build tension. Honestly, for me, just everybody's face when that first sound clip played. Just the general reaction when you first heard that creepy echoing voice in your ears. It was worth it. It was all worth it. And with that, I think we're about at that time where I have to say goodbye, out of character. So thank you all for watching.
Thank you everyone for joining us.
Thanks to my players for playing with me. And stay in the light.
We are all dead.
Not alive anymore.
I am. I am dead.
You never lived.
Goodbye, darling friends. Stretch, hydrate, pet your pets, take care of each other, and stay healthy.
Be good.